She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
It's Friday already. It's already the last day of the closed qualifiers where the final spots are up for grabs here at Compass Contenders Series 1 of 2025. I'm getting excited, Ted. I was looking at the match earlier today and I was thinking, okay, we've got some interesting games ahead of us, and I couldn't be more pleased to be doing it alongside you, man. What are your thoughts? How are you feeling today? How's your Friday going so far?
It's been going all right. I'm in for... You know what? I'm open-minded towards how crazy of a day that could be, because we have a lot of scrappy matchups coming up, I feel like, and a lot of entertainment for everyone at home. It is the final day of the close qualifier here of the YaLLa Compass, and as you pointed out, all of that means that there's going to be a lot on the line. We have 3 matchups coming up. Obviously, we started it off with 16 teams in the main Swiss, and already 5 of them have been able to make it through to the main event. We have 3 more spots left, and those 3 spots, as you guessed right, folks, are for the winners of today's matches.
Indeed, Fireflux versus Zero Tenacity will be the game that will be starting things off. Then it will be followed by Sabre versus Amco, and then Ruby versus Sangal to wrap up the day. Will be played at 4 p.m. CEST. So yeah, a bunch of interesting names, a bunch of interesting teams, but I guess we can start talking about the first match we have at hand here, Ted. Fireflux, the Turkish org, against Zero Tenacity, sort of the Eastern European team, Balkan team, if you will. But let's start talking about Fireflux as we've got the players up on our screen. They've been around for a while when it comes to the roster altogether, but haven't been able to rack up a consistent streak of form. I wonder what your thoughts are on them altogether with their recent runs.
I mean, it's a pretty weird one as well, right? Because you still officially have Scrunk as the in-game leader of the team, but in the last 7 best of 3s you've been playing with Maze. Dougie came in as well to replace Sensei with the AVP, and he hasn't been active, or hadn't been active, since the summer of 2023, right? So I feel like right now, to describe it for Fireflux, is this roster is in turmoil. I'm not really sure if they have a clear direction on where they want to go and how they want to follow up in the next couple of weeks, maybe next couple of months. It would be really pleasant for guys like Banjo and Soulfly, considering how well they've been playing, for them to make it into the main event. But I honestly feel like right now things are a little bit chaotic. However, I am happy to see that Mace is getting an opportunity on this team, because for whatever reason, he hasn't really been getting too much time on any of his international projects in the last couple of years. So yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do on for such a short period of time with Fireflux.
You kind of get to see the ideology behind what came into thinking of putting this roster together for Fireflux. You know, getting a couple of more experienced players in the scene, getting a good part of that Space Soldiers of 2016 together, you know, with Paz and Hardstyle, the coach. So you can, and you know, some of the younger players as well to try and boost up the firepower. You get the idea behind it, but you're right. Execution-wise, it hasn't really gone too well. Ideology-wise, hasn't really worked out the way you would have liked. We get to see a glimpse of the map as well. Train seems to be their most successful one, but it's Anubis and Ancient to be together with us two, I guess, the most played altogether. But yeah, when you have your most played map and being at that 36% win rate, you know things aren't at the best point for you. But they've got a strong contender today in a way. I feel like from the teams competing today, Zero Tenacity could be amongst the strongest, if you will. And there's some of the mainstays in the Tier 2 scene. If you look at the Tier 2 space when it comes to rosters and how they change, how quickly they try to go through iterations, these guys have been around in this roster for a while.
Yeah, they have been. I mean, 2 years and 8 months, right? And it doesn't get any longer than that for a full 5-man lineup with a coach in the world, right? They are the only ones left from back when they formed their lineup. And sure, consistency hasn't really been going their way in the last couple of weeks. And I feel like one of the biggest issues has been the lack of a solid veto, the lack of a map that you can actually bank on, right? Because winning their map pick has been a big issue. And obviously, we're going to get into a little bit more detail about that as the game progresses. But I feel like for those guys, the floor should be probably how they feel their floor should be high enough, right? They've been together for such a long time. Nemania's been playing well recently as well. There's been a bit of a drop-off in the form of Simkins to Jofa, who were posting out good numbers towards the start of this year and the ending of last year. But Brute Monster's playing all right as well. This team should be able to bring in a lot more stability, especially against a lineup like Fireflux that has been struggling with roster changes and finding consistency lately.
Yeah, you're right. And I think if you look back at the score that this team has had so far in the close qualifiers of Compass Contenders, so, you know, 2 teams that are competing today, Ruby and Amcar, have been defeated by Zero Tenacity, right? So there is that, you know, level that could potentially cross them cross them to that next stage. That's just a matter of whether Fireflux are on the right day of the server. You know, it's as simple as that. I feel like Fireflux is a type of team that on a good day, you know, albeit not being often that they find themselves in a good day, they can get some damage and cause some upsets. But we've already got a veto on our screen. Inferno and Train to be the first maps as they are picked up by Zero Tenacity and Fireflux respectively, and Anubis as the decider. What do we think about this?
I feel like Fireflux have just fallen into a trap. One of the main things that we were talking about was the fact that Fireflux has been quite good at winning their map picks, right? But the 2 maps that they've been picking into in their last 8 games have been only Anubis and Mirage, right? We've seen 5 Anubises, we've seen 3 Mirages, and obviously you don't feel that comfortable picking on Anubis against Zero Tenacity because of their, I guess, reputation on the map. But then the Mirage you shy away from. You're going for a map that you haven't picked in a while, right? So sure, it's a nice little switch up, and then you look at the numbers for the side of Zero Tenacity and you might think, well, Train is a bit of a weak spot. Out of the last 7 times Zero Tenacity have lost Train, only once have they been left on single digits, and that was 9 rounds. Every single time they're either getting 11 rounds or it's an overtime. So Zero Tenacity is no stranger to a Train. And if you're looking at the Inferno, I feel like I don't mind it for Z10. Individually, sure, you're going to have to rely on a lot more on Sijofu and Simki as well to step it up a little bit more. You can't just look at Nemanja and say, hey, the B bomb side is going to be vital. Let him do all the heavy lifting. You're going to need a little bit of support from AVN too. But I honestly feel like if you're Zero Tenacity, you look at this veto and you're thinking, we get to play our map pick first. If we win that, we're starting on CT side Train. There is a high potential for a 2-0 Z10 here.
Yeah, I just went through the sort of history for Zero Tenacity on Inferno, and look, I laughed a little bit. I giggled. Do you know why? Because going through its series, it feels like it's a bit of a zebra crossing in terms of red and green that I see on my screen. Sure. It's a bit, you know, flip-floppy in that way. But then I look at the scores and it becomes even more flip-floppy. Lose 13-4, win 13-4. Win 13-0, lose 1-13. And I'm getting like these 2 extremities here. And I'm like, this is your map pick, and there is this much of a difference in the way you perform on it. And it's not against necessarily a big disparity in terms of level teams, right? So, you know, I'm getting interested here on how this one's going to work out. But I feel, you know, looking at that history, it kind of gives you already an idea of where Zero Tenacity are at currently, right? It's not just a situation on the map especially, but in their current status quo as a roster. But yeah, I know this is an interesting question that we'll have to pose throughout the day as well. This already is lined up to be quite an interesting team in regards to interesting day in regards to performance from the teams competing and how they've been trending so far. But is there sort of one way you're leaning other than the other? Are there some prerequisites you feel that are already in place for one of them to perform?
Ooh, that's an interesting one. I do think so. Yeah, I think if you're Z10, you should be winning this one. And I don't want to point it out like we're looking at a Vitality versus Fireflux, right? It's obviously the level's a lot closer, but Fireflux has been going through a lot of roster changes. They've lost 4 out of their last 5 games. The maps that they've been picking up in those 5 best of 3s have been Mirage and Anubis as well. And sure, we could get into an Anubis. If we go there, I actually feel like Fireflux might have an opportunity on the third one. Zero Tenacity's Anubis has not been the same as last year in 2024, but still, if you're Z10, you go into that Inferno. It's a map that Fireflux have played with this lineup only twice. And the only team that they were able to take down with this specific 5-man lineup was YaLLa. So Z10, it's up to you guys.
Yep, 2 wins the bag for each of the team here in the closed qualies. 1 match win required, 1 series win rather, to get them to the main event of Contenders of Compass. Already a mid-crunch coming through from the Fireflux team, trying to put Zero Tenacity on their toes from the get-go. It's a bit rough as flashes go everywhere. Still, Nade does a bit of damage to assist in the killing ways, but it doesn't feel like Fireflux uncomfortable to take too many more engagements. Zero Tenacity get a pick at the front end of Banana, and they use the opportunity to dash towards the B side.
Yeah, smoke is perfect. Spamming with the USP is not going to connect anything. Dougie's actually trying to jump through, and he's been able to find a bit of an opening, but the bomb will go down. Still not going to be an easy bomb site to retake, and they've even got another smoke.
They've all got all the information required, knowing that there's 2 players here on Banana, no one else left. They can just focus on shutting this down. Banjo does keep things malleable at a point where the round is recoverable. But it's Avian and Sachofo to hold the fort. 2 very different positions, a slight crossfire setup. And as Fireflux start to move in, they need to have some pace about them. They are running out of time. Sachofo shows his ground, acts as a distraction, as Avian is the one to do all the damage by the end. Zero Tenacity are the first ones to put a round on the board.
It's a good idea to try and go for some type of a disruptive pistol round, I guess, if you're Fireflux. The one good thing that Fireflux have for their lineup is they have a lot of aggressive players that are mechanically quite gifted, right? You have guys like Soulfly. Dougie obviously has been trying to take a lot more initiative, even when he's not on specifically the big green on the CT side. Mace in general has never been too static of an in-game leader. And obviously you've got Banjo, who's a really solid role player, and Paz, who has been around since, I mean, the dawn of Counter-Strike, if you want to put it that way. There is individual skill, but Zero Tenacity on the other side, dealing with it quite nicely. I should expect, Pavlos, if we had to paint a picture about how this game should go, it should be chaos versus a little bit of stability. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but the stability needs to come through from the team led by Nemanja.
Indeed. Let's see if it does actually come to fruition. For this round, at least it will. Some stability found with the fact that you don't lose any players on your anti-eco. Full success. All weapons move to the next round.
Yeah, interesting to see what they go for with the first buy round. Obviously, Maze being the in-game leader right now is probably going to switch up a little bit the approach in comparison to Skrunk. As I said, I think that Maze, when you look at him, he's a little bit more proactive than Skrunk. Maybe a little bit more dynamical, if you will.
Dynamical. Duty of a word. And as we see Zero Tenacity,
like I made it up. I felt like I made it up. It's one of those.
It is. The word's dynamic, bro.
Yeah.
But I get what you mean. Everybody does. You know, the language exists, so communication can be fostered, and you have communicated. Early aggression outside of apps. A bit disjointed. And it's Zero Tenacity completely destroy them. And the fact that they've cleared out the B site now, they could walk in, but they don't have that information available, and they might just be walking into a trap. Maze walking in to see if he can get some info. And again, Paz trying to be the disruptor, gets an early pick, and now there just might be a chance. Zero Tenacity know where the 2 players remaining are, though, so they can quickly change their efforts to the B site.
That was so stressful there for a second, by the way. The moment that they spot out Maze in towards middle and Paz gets another kill in towards second mid, they were just walking back right into them. It almost felt like Fireflux could have actually peeked into it and put up a little bit more of a fight earlier on. Catch them off timing, and Simke will shut them down towards the end. Fireflux, that was, again, it doesn't feel unwinnable for them. It wasn't that bad of a call. I mean, you have 1 player in towards the B bomb side, even though you lose him. Zero Tenacity didn't quite realize straight away. They were, in fact, going back to the 2 defenders in towards A. A couple close fights, a couple scrappy moments, but still Z10 able to deal with the situation pretty nicely. They are keeping and adopting that pack mentality right now, just moving in as a group. Covering each other's backs. Giving us a true example of brotherhood.
A little bit of a dink there. Gets a bit scary for Soulfly, but this round altogether is a bit scary, especially when Zero Tenacity might just be walking into the lion's den. They spotted out the cub and now realize the mothers are around and they just don't want no part of it. And with that strong presence telegraph, Fireflux know of it and reposition themselves first.
You gotta play a little bit quicker if you want to react in towards the A-bomb side. The CTs are already rotating in.
Oh my word. And it starts as a B stack, it ends as an A stack, and Zero Tenacity still are walking where the most players are. This could get dangerous, this could get ugly. Maze gets the lurk pick. AVN now drops in. Do you expect Banjo to be in that Ninja Cubby position? Does go for the pre-fire, but Banjo's there to early get the first kill, but Simka knows now he can start to walk in. Side swing from Banjo doesn't quite work out. You've got a couple of players that are low, but the fact that Maze is nowhere to be found, this round should be falling into Zero Tenacity's hands.
Yeah, it really helps taking that A-bomb side and dealing with the stacks. The fact that Tarek is spammable right now. Towards the back of the default box, of course that is. And then, obviously, the player on Kassad couldn't really do too much. Maze, good effort to get that kill on that B-bomb side. I was just gonna say Nemanja could still call him back if he enters B and doesn't see anything, or gets the kill on Maze and doesn't get contested, but he does go down to the 1D, and Maze will be able to hold on to an AK-47 if he wants to. He's still going for some damage. We'll lose the AK. Still, they have plenty of cash to go for the reinvestment into this one. Probably wanted to try and do some economical damage to the T side, and still, Z10 with a 4-0 start. We are seeing some potential for those rounds to go the other way. But all in all, there is a sense of security with Zero Tenacity. And especially with AVN being 7-1, Simka being 5-1, and Sijofu being 4-1 just 4 rounds in. I mean, this is the core of the team that usually doesn't perform that well. And in the last couple of weeks has been struggling. If those guys are playing well, Zero Tenacity could be on a whole different level.
Yeah, they've put the comfy shoes on to begin with. Fireflux will have to try and get that off their feet for now. Maze deep angle for him, smoked. And now you know he's stuck in place. Does get a spray down across as he jumps above the sandbags. But Zero Tenacity aren't having any of it. No, there's a lot thrown at them, a lot of pieces of utility, a lot of firepower, and standoff for a while.
That's great damage. And again, you're forcing them to make a decision, right? With Maze being tagged down so low and with them running out of utility and towards the B-bomb side, you want to strengthen up your forces somewhere else. And especially with the Yuto being brought in from Sijofu, that could fake them to stick around with 4 people in towards A. If they're quick enough on that B execution, Zero Tenacity, they might be coming in against only 1 player.
Molly fades, so Fireflux are going to wait a few more seconds to see if there's going to be crunch after that, but there isn't. Instead, the B-side push is imminent, and the threat from Nemanja is destructive. 4 left for Fireflux, and this is the type of situation where Inferno Save Simulator get unleashed. You've got 4 players remaining, but up against 5 of the Fortress of B, there's no way you're considering taking this.
It gets a little bit weird there for Soulfly, I guess. I wonder if he just thought, hey, you know what, I missed the timing to deploy the molly and try and block them off with a smoke, so I'm gonna try and keep my gun out, get a couple kills, but then he gets run down. It does look a little bit silly. You've got the smoke and the molly to try and block them, you just get flashed, you go back and you don't use any of the utility, I guess. The one upside of it, is the fact that you give away 1 round with just 1 victim, right? So you get to play another buy in the next, technically, and now you're going to be working with the maximal loss bonus. So you can drop over an M4 to Soulfly. You can have another proper investment, you hold on to the big green, you hold on to the M4s, but if you're Zero Tenacity, you're taking this one every day of the week, by the way. It's the first proper buy round of the game, and you've just pushed them away from B, deployed some utility on A, gone back, B execution, 1 kill, round over. They didn't even contest it.
Let's see how this one goes. Again, Fireflux needs something in this game early, otherwise Zero Tenacity could be running away with things. Still early doors of the match. And the strings have yet to be pulled by Zero Tenacity. Plan yet to be executed. Just a low dried effort, which Dougie is able to get above of. Early pickup. And that's the first time I think Fireflux have found themselves a pick from the get-go.
Ooh, that smoke's not ideal. Soulflix actually pushing right behind it.
Timing.
Oh, this is crazy, and Brood Monster's aware. He knows there was an AVP in towards the B-bomb side as well, but he's still gonna peek into Dougie.
And now, do you really have the confidence to push Banana here?
Don't think so.
Dougie. And that's why you're going to hold back and be late to get the information. How does Chofer get away with that? He doesn't have any health on him anymore. 6 points of health to be exact. Piaz's position is telegraphed, but not yet quashed, which allows Chofer to be alone. Fireflux finally able to cross a finish line in a round and get themselves marked up on the board.
This is really good for Dougie, by the way. It's a great way to open things up here in Inferno. One of the players that was just brought into that lineup, obviously he replaced Sensei a little while ago, around the month's time, but hasn't really been able to shine as much. And the good news is the team has been performing maybe slightly better, but he himself individually has been struggling over those 34 maps that he's played. As we said, a lot of inconsistency, some good moments, a lot of worse for wear ones, but you bring in the AVP in the first buy round, they don't even spot you out, so now you had the element of surprise as well. And I'm honestly surprised that after Brute Monster got the first kill, he decided to go for more. Probably they thought that Dougie would have gotten the first kill and then rotated straight back in towards the A-bomb side. The moment you realized they didn't, though, you knew you were running into a stack of players in towards A, but nothing you could have done about it. Better than to try and go back to challenge the OP. So Zero Tenacity do drop the first one still, with plenty of cash to go again. And Brute Monster, again, we're going to see him on the big green to try and contest with Dougie. Dougie is an excellent nickname, by the way.
It is. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me. Sorry. Let's see if he can get to give us a lesson today. Maze, first one to be quashed, though. And Zero Tenacity, don't back away. Elbow in front of Namana's eyes will be his downfall. Won't even get to see the bullets coming. And 3 now left for Fireflux, but only 1 to the defense of the B site, crucially. Smoke will fade shortly. But the question is, do Zero Tenacity stick around? Sure, the bomb is here, but it feels like they might want to go for a lurk play first towards A.
It really does. You slow it down a little bit. You don't want to run into the OP once again, right? You take down 2 players in towards B. You're trying to figure out what the plan is here for the CT side. Where does the OP lie? Where and when do the CTs want to make a move? If they want to make a move, which, as of right now, they're not really doing. Dougie's holding on to that short angle. Thing is, you've got no quick rotations in towards B. If Soulfly doesn't get at least a double Q, you're just calling this one off on the spot.
Soulfly needs to get 2 here. Without that, there's no chance. Mollied. Chooses not to smoke it, so it doesn't give away his position. They think they've mollied out that corner, so they might not be checking it. That's a good chance for Soulfly. But the molly extinguished. And Zero Tenacity start to walk in. Does Soulfly fall under the radar here? Wait a minute. I think he might be able to do that. Zero Tenacity, they're starting to suspect this might be a cleared out site. That's 1, that's 2. Bomb pod interrupted. 5 seconds, you don't have time to put it in the ground. Single-handedly, it gets dealt with. Fireflux get a freebie of a round.
It's such a weird clearance, by the way. I'm not even sure if they cleared second oranges. You molly new box. Sure, you fail it. It sometimes could happen, but you didn't even play on time, so you could have moved away from somewhere else in towards new box. You could have been dark, moved in towards new box as you were going in, or pillar and moved back. There were so many different timings for him to play it out. That felt a little bit weird there for Zero Tenacity, a little bit lackadaisical. Not the cleanest one. I'm sure that the man on your screen is not going to be too happy with all of it. You probably feel like you should be a little bit cleaner on the way in, and still, great work out of Soulfly, kept his cool. Didn't give away his position, as you pointed out. Gave it a couple seconds to realize that the molly was not really spreading to catch him, so could have stuck. Tried to lie in wait. And it worked.
Bit of a timeout, though, here. Chance to regroup your thoughts. But overall, Zero Tenacity...
I mean, it's a technical one.
Yeah,
I think Nemanja
regather your thoughts in silence.
Right, yeah. Nemanja, I hope he didn't spill anything, because it looked like he was onto fixing the issue.
safe to say, though, the Zero Tenacity's pace has definitely been put to a halt. 2 rounds consecutive, Fireflux have been able to find the answer. Now, the second one felt like could have been avoided. But we are where we are. And Zero Tenacity, if they lose another one, I think they could be in grave danger of Fireflux gaining momentum. Early collection for Nemanja. It's a simple spray through the smoke that gives them an early pickup.
Gotta be careful with those. Nemanja's just joined the server. Just need a little bit of a cool off, and they're looking to switch up the tempo. That's gonna be a pretty quick round in towards the A-bomb side.
Dougie's got the right position though, and it could be a great stoppage to all of this, but Molly together with a flash will put an end to it. The Maid will eventually put Banjo to rest, but it's not without him getting a trade in the process. Bomb is dropped, and Fireflux are quickly to the defense of the site, but it's now trusted single-handedly to Soulfly, and he's already sprinting away. Wants no part of this. Hands us over back to Zero Tenacity, and their quick efforts to switch up the pace pay dividends.
That's what you want to see out of Zero Tenacity, by the way. You want to see them play pack-oriented Counter-Strike, and I think soon enough they will start realizing they have the cleaner executions, right? They have been a team for such a long time, especially when you compare it to Fireflux, who have been making constant roster changes since the start of this year and struggling to find consistency. If you're Z10, you're probably banking on the fact that CT side-wise, maybe some of the setups are not going to be the cleanest. Maybe they haven't had a lot of time to practice. Maybe they haven't had a lot of time to find their responses for everything. So you can just group up and try and play a little bit quicker. Sure, that was a pretty fortunate one when Nemanja getting the opening kill through the smoke in towards Banana as well. But the util was good. You take first point of contact in towards that mid position. Then the apartments players just swing in, dealing with one of the rotating players. Oper of Brute Monster is able to hold his own to make sure that he gets him out of the scrappy situation of the bomb being dropped on mid. And Fireflux going for another one. Good news is they were able to get a couple rounds on the board, so there still is enough money for the investment, full utility as well. Might be after that opening pick though if you're Fireflux. They've been doing a good job so far with keeping the AWP mobile and making Zero Tenacity guess. You put them in an early disadvantage 4v5 without a lot of real estate, that could do wonders.
He's going hyper aggressive here, and he spots out Nemanja's buttocks. Quickly dealing with him. And you might want to escape now. You've got 3 players in Banana. You can hold up to that position for a while, but you know Zero Tenacity are going to be quick to adjust. You've got to be pacey. Dougie again, great position for him to be in, but has to respect the flash. And Zero Tenacity have been able to walk out of mid, therefore a closer angle to be had. First shot is successful. You're not really going to survive the second attempt. Banjo trying to reposition. Gets a few shots in, but not enough for the finishing blow. Brute Monster now left into 1v2.
That was a really risky maneuver out of pass, running through the smoke right there. Could have offered his life away for free. Still able to get one, but Brute Monster is dangerous in a clutch.
Sticks around. Takes a longer angle to this. That's a smart smoke. But another smoke is shown as well to try and confuse the status quo. Brute Monster walks in. Has he been spotted? Or was that just a pre-fire shot? I think it was. They don't have a clue. Killing off the diffuser, but Mace has got the higher ground to try and sniff Brute Monster out and able to get the win by the end of it. What a close one.
It's a smart play out of Brute Monster there. You gotta wonder though, do you kill the diffuser first or the guy on top of the box, right? Who's gonna be able to shoot you back quicker? And it was always gonna be a really tough situation you find yourself in with the big green. Still gave himself a bit of an opportunity. Good work coming out of Banjo to get a kill and a half. And that swing from pass, he was already low on HP as well, as we pointed out. If he doesn't get that kill into the apartments player, it's a completely different round. But in the end of the day, you're able to convert. Good work coming out of Fireflux on the retake, as we said, made it incredibly uncomfortable for an AWP of Brute Monster. With all those smokes, he had to try and look for a closer angle, and as we said, unfortunately, under those circumstances, you just shoot one of them, the other one is just going to refrag you instantaneously.
Yeah, you can't help but feel that with a rifle, maybe he stood a better chance. You know, a bit of a spray transfer situation could have assisted him, but that's just making assumptions and whatnot. The round was what it was. The guns that they had were just that, and now entering another round in which both teams are on the brink. This could be quite the pivotal one for the Inferno pickup.
It really could be. It's going to be another mid pop though. Banjo, well played smoke. Do they want to go through with a flash?
they're thinking about it. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. The thing is, Paz walks in a little bit too late. And that means that Zero Tenacity are getting away with the monsters. That's ridiculous. Confidence exuberating by the Zero Tenacity roster that show no respect as they cross into A.
I'm telling you, this is the way that you call a game of Counter-Strike. This is prime Nemanja right there. You play a closer round that has some rotations involved, a lot of back and forth. It goes down to a clutch. You know you've gotten 4 kills, and the money on the Fireflux side is going to be as dire as it is on your side. You just group up and send it, right? You go for a bit of a Harry Mail play. Did I say Harry Mail? Hail Mary. So. Yeah, I did.
Harry Mail.
What is a Harry Mail play?
I mean, you know, Balkans are considered pretty hairy as
some type
males.
of mail, right? I'm thinking email. You know.
Oh, I was talking about male as in like male and female.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. And I was saying that Balkans are genetically quite hairy as people.
Okay. So you're a hairy male, and you love going for mid pops if you are, right? I guess.
Yeah, you've got like that oomph to you, you know? You've got that manliness to you. So
sure.
You take things head on, no fear.
You're the lumberjack.
You're the lumberjack. I guess. I don't know where we're going with this, Ted. I'm gonna be honest.
I have no clue.
2 rounds left in the half, though, and it's not too terrible for Fireflux, given they had 2 players on 2K, 2 players that saved their rifles. This is doable. This is not the end of the road. But again, Zero Tenacity slow down the pace. It doesn't feel like they go for the same plan twice.
No, really. Those are the tempo switches that you're expecting out of a team with a little bit more experience. You go for something a little bit more explosive. Now you know that their money is, well, even worse than it was last round, right? So not a lot of utility. Weaponry is probably not top-notch. Banjo's going to be on a pistol, so you can take your time, try and take the majority of the map, but then make a decision. That was a big nade in towards B out of Maze. Look at the Nemanja, Brute Monster, and Simkit, all of them receiving damage.
Zero Tenacity, though, are looking to break through. Thing is, you've left the bomb behind, so you can't really move into it quickly. Avian going for the bomb collection, and Soulfly is above it all.
That's a save. You can't go. 35 seconds, you've been blocked. You know there's 2 people in towards the B bomb side. It doesn't really mean that they've stacked B, though. On 28 seconds, you have to save. You can't go for this.
That's a really
They'll
odd
try,
round.
though. They're running.
Oh, they might actually go for this. I don't mind it. They've got money. There's 1 round remaining. Let's see what they can do. With 3 players now defending. Not much utility left for the defenders, but the 5-7 already chiming true. 10 seconds. Now do you pull it off? I think you call it off instead. Yeah.
I mean, as you said, I didn't mind if you say, hey, you know what, we think that we've got enough money for the last round. Let's just send it, but as I told you, it didn't really feel like Zero Tenacity had anything to work with in a round like this one. Nope. You just see so much utility in towards B. You assume that, again, they are running a 4-man setup in towards the A bomb side, and you know what? It wouldn't be crazy to assume so. So you're looking at Nemanja going through the smoke. It's not the most reckless move ever. Fireflux have been toying with rotations and further strengthening bomb side so far, so you understand the logic behind the play from Nemanja. But the moment that you realize there's 2 on B and you've got no real estate on the A bomb side, you lose 1 player, and the time was so low as well. You did realize that the round was pretty much over. Let me tell you what, if Fireflux are able to get 5 rounds here on the CT side, we might have a game on our hands.
Look at Fireflux, though. They're going for an early banana exploration. Trying to see if they can cause some havoc. But Zero Tenacity aren't taking the bait. Footsteps made on the retreat, but again, you're sticking around pretty damn close. Smoke does get thrown. Simkin knows the approximate direction of Paz and lobs an aid directly to his feet.
Utility damage exchanges have been really interesting in towards Banana. Last time it was Nemanja, Brute Monster, and Simka receiving a lot of damage from a single one. This time it's passed down to 60 to begin with, but Z10 are looking to pounce back and fight for that top banana position. Mason's got the flashes lined up, though.
Ooh, but Simka and Nemanja are ready for it. No problem at all. Fireflux wanted to be preemptive there, but instead get pre-fired. Now, Fireflux on the back foot. The saving grace is that Zero Tenacity a little bit hesitant about this, a bit slower, and could have gotten caught in the mid-cross. That instead does not happen. Zero Tenacity win their trades. One player now left per site. The push towards the A site is imminent. Sure, there's a threat of one player being knocked out. Maze, not even getting the better timing on Nemanja. That is incredible. At least Zero Tenacity close out the half with a bang. Double the amount of rounds collected by their Turkish counterparts. And there you have it. A good start. I guess Fireflux got a bit more than they bargained for. But it's still Zero Tenacity to close things out with a bang.
By the way, that is hilarious what you just said, and I had a look at it. There was at the start of the YaLLa Compass qualifier, right? The first game that Fireflux did play against Sanko. Fireflux did have 4 Turkish players and a Turkish coach. Soulfly, Dougie Pass, and they played with Kankan, who's a 24-year-old Turkish player that we don't really know too much about, and Hardstyle, and Banjo. 4 Turkish players, a Turkish coach, and a Finn.
Sounds like the start of a really bad joke.
That's what I thought, yeah.
4 Turkish players and a Finn walk into a bar.
First thing that goes through your mind.
One says...
Why the hell is the Finn going to a bar with 4 Turkish people?
Yeah, one says...
You know what? Why not? Maybe he just wants to have a good time. They are quite flamboyant, charismatic, energetic.
Zero Tenacity have got a good stack towards this A site, and we'll try and blockade the mid push, but Fireflux have been able to escape the early crunch because they completely subsided with their drop up from apartments. And quickly, a bomb plant does fall down. And for Zero Tenacity, now you try to play catch up. No flashes available though, that's a bit disruptive.
Yeah, at least you've got a kid in the smoke. You can still pull it off.
Let's see if they can find the frag zone. That's the prerequisite. Soulfly getting himself to the back line does complicate the endeavor. Satrofa gets 2 though. Smoke towards the bomb location. And you're the player with the kit. There's a knife player coming in. And a right click will put an end to you. It did get scary. I'm not going to lie. It got a little bit scary, but Fireflux are able to subside the early crunch from the apartments drop and get the dub.
Did Soulfly buy an op for someone? His bank account disappeared so damn quickly. Maybe he just dropped a rifle. Probably just dropped an AK. A really good pistol round coming out of Fireflux though. Even though Zero Tenacity had 4 people on A, still didn't feel like it, right? Still no one to cover the apartments pop. You make it into the bomb side, you trade positions. They're left with just the brackets. First buy coming up for the CT side. Nemanja is going to receive an M4 dropped over by Sijofo. And Brute Monster lands an early tag. This is not looking too bad. Nemanja would have loved to get that kill. And Brute Monster trying to confirm his with an HE will get punished. Look at Nemanja. That is insane. That is purely insane.
Ridiculous. And you're the only rifle player as well. It's not like anyone's nearby to collect it. You're sort of hoping the pistols can do the heavy lifting now. Oh, so Trevor's going to try. Well, he's got a scout. That's not what he really wanted to collect. Oh, gets away with the M4.
All right.
They know where the gun is, though, if you're Fireflux, right? You know where the M4 is, so what's the decision made off the back of that info?
Even if you do. Worst part about this, or best part about this, depends on which part of the spectrum you're on. Sijofo does not have armor. He was the one that dropped the M4 over. So he's rotating back in. They are walking into the stack, though.
Stack. There's a relative time in this point maze. Able to get the first one. It's a Trofo behind the smoke. He's got the rifle. He could start spraying upon them. And they're doing so much damage. Suddenly, this is very doable. Deagle shot coming through, but Dougie is able to survive throughout the chaos. Barely holding on, but the solo survivor hands around over to Fireflux.
That was scrappy. That was really nasty towards the end there. Sijofo gives it a really good go. Maybe if you do have armor under those circumstances, it could have been a little bit different, and still, it's a good decision. You know you're not holding on to the A-bomb side by yourself. Good damage done by the M4. Had to try and finish it off on the Deagle, but the moment that he gets hit the first time, his crosshair starts dancing around and couldn't hold it together for the final one. Still great effort out of him. 12-5 as of right now. And that was one of the main conversations I wanted to have before the start of the game as well. Whenever Zero Tenacity's played their best Counter-Strike and had their best results, it has been when Simka and Sejofo have been popping off. Of course, both of them a little bit more supportive to Nemanja, and yeah, Zero Tenacity can find a way that 3 rifles support 1. But whenever those guys are given some opportunities and they can shine, this is usually when Zero Tenacity do some of their best work.
Fireflux does their best work when their backs are against the wall, you know, when, to be fair, when there's low pressure. Not much to lose. Sure, you'd love yourself a spot in the main event. You know you're a little bit of a slight underdog, but either way.
I think that helps in a way.
Yeah.
'Cause you do know that there's no severe expectations or consequences for you if you don't make it, right? You've been making a lot of roster changes, and obviously all of those players feel like they should be going through next because they do have a lot of individual skill on this team, and I wouldn't say that there is particularly a lot of weak spots on the lineup of Fireflux, but you still do realize that you're playing against a team that's had much more time than you to practice and much more time than you to get accustomed to each other. Obviously, there has been a couple unfortunate results for them so far, but that 2-0 win over Unity was a really good result, I want to say. Soulfly was absolutely spectacular, and most of the time, the goal for a team like Fireflux would be try and set up your star player. The 5-bet game was incredibly close as well. You go to a third map, and that third map was an 11-13 that you lose, and you had an 8-4 lead at the halftime. So, if anything, I feel like Fireflux might believe that they should have been in the next stage already.
Sure. Indeed. But nevertheless, they still have this match to play, this series today. And if they come out of it with success, they'll be moving on to the main stage of Contenders Series 1 of YaLLa Compass 2025. Early aggression shown from the defenders of Zero Tenacity. The spray down does a lot for Simka. Only finds 1 kill, but the damage done is hurtful for Fireflux. That definitely hinders their confidence coming into this one.
It's not a great one. At least you land a bit of attack on the way back. Jump spotting is not really the way to go under those circumstances, though, Soulfly. And Nemanja is going to show you why. Nails you midair. Pass is low as well. It's unconfirmed damage, of course, onto passes. It was done through the smoke, but it still weakens you up so much. A 3 versus 5, you're pushed away from Banana in towards that A-bomb side. You have nothing bar the presence of Banjo in towards Boiler, and at this point, it might feel like you're just hoping that he finds something.
Sure. And if you're Zero Tenacity, you're happy with your positions. You don't really want to be playing mind games either, trying to put an extra player somewhere. Sure, you can have 1 player on the rotate, but the rest can stick by. Brute Monster. Good angle for him to hold. But the flash makes him miss the first shot. Sure, the players are low. Satrofa's been spotted. He quickly needs the help of AVN. He's there for the spray down. Misses the first few shots, but the rest of the spray should do the deal. Yeah, Nemanja joins in on time. It could have gone wrong if Simka got deleted there, but no, holds on to his life, holds on to his little corner there in pit, and Zero Tenacity able to regain their strength now on the CT side.
Yeah, nearly misreading the situation a little bit. We're rotating another player in towards the B-bomb side, I guess. You were afraid that they would just group up and go B, and this is quite an understandable concern to have, especially on a map like Inferno. You could have a 3 versus 5, you group up, you go be against 2 people, you do have the advantage going into the bomb side. Still, Z10 able to stand tall. Fireflux this time around, though, being a lot quicker. Mace taking a lot of space in towards Banana, and you spotted the open Fruit Monster, you know that's in towards the A-bomb side. Sadly, Dougie doesn't have 1 on his own to try and contest.
Brute Monster, again, flushed out of position. And Fireflux are going to close up the angle here. Put a little bit more pressure. Ask the questions for Zero Tenacity, and you see a bit of a response. 4 players now accumulating to this A side, but it's all a ruse. All an obfuscation, because the bomb is heading towards the opposite side of the map, and shortly Nemanja will realize, but it might be a little bit too late. We've got only 1 defender. No, Banjo's selling it well. Not only is he selling it, but he's gotten a kill in the process. Now you start to realize there's no follow-up off the back of that kill, and now you sprint towards the defense of the B site. You might be here on time. First spray shot from Simka is successful. Molly to deny any sort of quick plant. Spray downs from the smoke. Keep on giving for zero tenacity. And they know now they can relent the pressure. Bomb is forced to go down. Spray down from Nemanja as he crosses through the smoke. Zero respect shown. The only survivor for Fireflux is the one on the wrong side of the map on an island. Zero tenacity, quick on their feet, are able to respond.
You can see the decision making from Nemanja, by the way. The moment that they lose one player in towards middle and there's no one else to be spotted, he realizes that's Banjo. This is the guy that is lurking in towards the boiler and in towards mid to try and sell the fakes. I don't really need to stick around and try and find that kill. I need to just send it back to B-bomb side ASAP to try and support my solo player. And truthfully, Simka does a great job. Able to find the first kill, stay alive, deploy the molly on default, and then the spam, the HEs coming in from the rotating players. Zero tenacity just played to perfection.
That's the level of class of coordination and kind of mid-round thinking that we were expecting to see here for Zero tenacity. That if shown today, could have given them the edge for Fireflux, and it seems to be a current possibility. Fireflux in a bit of a scramble. Big Ring, the only rifle in their hands for now, and it just feels like the pistols are going to do the feeling out. Banjo going for a Hail Mary in mid. Doesn't quite go the way they would have liked. But then again, you're throwing these odd shots in the wind. Hopefully, they flow in your favor. Hopefully, the winds take you where you please, but it feels like Zero tenacity have got a strong idea about this. Look at this crossfire. There's not much hope for Fireflux when they walk into a trap like this, especially unassisted when it comes to utility, and especially when the firepower difference is this big. Paz wanting to keep things malleable, dangerous, if you will, but Zero tenacity have got the match win on the horizon already.
Yeah, they really have. This is Inferno starting to feel a little bit deeper now for Fireflux. It's still not out of the conversation just yet for them to give us even more, but Z10 starting to open up a really comfortable lead here in the second half. And as we said, maybe if you look at a win rate for Zero tenacity, it doesn't really feel like it is too reliable of a map. As you pointed out, there's a bit of a zebra in there. One day you're the best team in the world and you're beating Sabre 13-0, Sashi 13-4. The other day you're losing 4-13 to Partizan, 8-13 to Amka, and 1-13 to Iberian Soul. So Inferno has been a massive 50-50 for those guys, but
oh yeah,
you know what? Maybe today is the good 50.
Maybe.
The in the club 50. The good old young 50. I don't know where I'm going with this.
It's okay, man. I'm just letting you have your fun.
No, I know exactly where I was going with this. I just don't want to keep it going.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Completely understandable. All right. Fireflux's force, also completely understandable. Now's your time to catch up. I feel you lose this round, you lose the game. And they know it. Can they hold on? Brute Monster, oh, quick to think there to move out of position. You knew you were being baited there. A second angle being created, potentially bait out the player Nemanja. Wanting to walk up. Is there a flash? There is. But Fireflux wants to move off the back of it as well. May doing some damage. He's able to escape. Getting away, barely holding on. Smoke to potentially give him more cover. Fireflux relent.
Yeah, and you attack down Maze and Soulfly to a combined of 60 HP. Crossing back through on the other side of the smoke is pure craziness from Nemanja. But Bruce Monster shut them down in towards A. Pass goes down. Now they're forced to go for a B play, by the way. You've seen the OP. You know Banjo's still alive, so Brute Monster is going to stay on high alert. Do you want to walk back right back into the OP? Seems like they do. Avian's here as well, though.
They have two flashes. One of them could definitely be used for them to walk in here. But like you said, Avian's position could be the difference maker. 40 seconds approximately on the clock. Fireflux yet to make a move, yet to make a sound. They've been silent for the past few. Nade, huge, doing a lot of damage. Avian showing his presence now. Brute Monster could step up. Where do you look first if you're Fireflux? Nade does land onto Avian. Brute Monster misses that first shot, but Avian doesn't, and therefore gives Brute Monster a second chance to the battle. Avian is all that's required. And you can't help but feel Fireflux's chances are quashed on Inferno. Sure, they've got Train Up coming next, but this map feels like it's solidly in Zero Tenacity's hands.
I can answer your question, by the way. Where are Fireflux looking at? Well, they should look up and start praying right now, because this is getting out of hand real quick on Inferno. Zero Tenacity are just outclassing them on the CT side right now. Perfectly played. Nate from the side of the Oper. AVN peeks right on top of it and then goes back, sticks into the cub. He doesn't really care if they're going to nade him, if they're going to try and bait him out for a fight. Just plays his life there. As we said, good communication, good cohesion on the side of Zero Tenacity. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I think there was a couple scrappier moments at the start of the game. If it wasn't for them, Zero Tenacity is probably clearing this one 13-3, 13-4.
Yeah, that's not going to trouble Nemanja too much. Nothing to disrupt him. Just a solid hold. And walk in front of his crosshairs. The fact that Simke follows up there is super smart as well, knowing that there's not much left for Fireflux here. Knowing there was no follow-up to begin with on the first player. Didn't have much to risk, not much to lose. Zero Tenacity haven't been hurt a single time this round. No damage taken. Bunch of utility still available for them as well. Nemanja thinks better of taking the angle attack again. And he's dinked down to 14. But Fireflux, this is the last effort. 40 seconds, and I feel the decision's already been made. A gradual push towards Banana. 2 players ready to receive. Simke deep into his cubby. And he finds full comfort lying in his nest. And as they walk in front of him, we'll deal with them one by one. Sure, Banjo's left. But eventually the music will stop as Zero Tenacity put an end to Fireflux's run on Inferno. Train up next, but it's Zero Tenacity to go in there with a map in their pocket.
Yeah, it's a big step in the right direction. As we said, that was one of the ABCs for today's match for the side of Zero Tenacity. Go into it. It's your map pick. Show that you are the more stable team. Show that the roster changes on the other side are not going to be left unpunished. And when push comes to shove, so to speak, Zero Tenacity can play. Because Zero Tenacity is a team that usually we are used to seeing in the main Swiss stages of events, or at least in the main Swiss, or even in the playoffs, right? So when you're talking about a close qualifier, Z10 should be looking a lot more solid, and that's exactly what we got out of them here, Pavlos. Team effort,
sure.
We can't really go around it, but AVN going 19-9, Simke going 18-9, and then Nemanja Joe for Brute Monster, they just had to do a solid enough job, didn't have to go crazy, but that was a team-wise better performance from the side of Z10. On the other side, bar some maybe flashes in the pan, we didn't quite get to see that much from Fireflux.
Yeah, I feel very much the same. I'm the same wavelength with you there, Ted. And sure, it was an all-man show, but also very good mid-rounds there from Nemanja. What you can assume are good calls at this point. So, yeah, solid stuff, 13-7. This is kind of the trajectory we sort of expected for the first map. And, you know, Train, I feel like it's going to be a different story. But we'll be finding about that one very shortly, folks. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be back for map number 2 in just a bit.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Got to phase me. I'm too joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Area still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
It's time for Train, folks. It's time for the second map of the series between Fireflux and Zero Tenacity. So far, things have been going pretty damn well for the Zero Tenacity squad. But now the Turkish team has got a chance, or the Turkish org, might I add, has got a chance to rebound on their own home ground. But given their opponents start on the CT side, that's a bit of a hard ask, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah. Obviously, this map in particular is not bad for the side of Fireflux. The one thing that we need to put out there, Pablos, is the fact that we've seen them actually play Train twice with this lineup. So even if you want to look at a win rate, you look at HOTV, you're there like, hey, they've beaten NIP. Hey, they've beaten Aurora. Obviously, when they were still the CAS team, not the Turkish lineup. They destroyed Favbet, and you're thinking this is a really sick map. But all of those results were February, March. Now you're looking at May.
Yeah.
One game against Monty, a 10-13 loss, and then a 13-11 win over Ecstatic, which, you know what, I'm gonna give to them. Train is a good map for Ecstatic. You're able to take them down. That means that you know how to do one or two things right. The thing is, again, you're allowing Zero Tenacity to start on the CT side, which we don't really know how it's going to pan out, right? If they're able to put out some of that or bring in some of that momentum over from that Inferno into Train and then start getting momentum and start getting more and more confident with every other round. I think if Zero Tenacity have a good chance or have a good start, they have a good chance to close into 2-0 fashion. But I'm still not going to be that skeptical. I like what I've seen so far from Fireflux. Well, I've seen one map, and it was the one map that they won against Ecstatic, but it was good. I liked it. So I'm not gonna be the negative guy saying they have no chance. I think they do have a chance.
Sure. I think so too. I think so too, man. And sure, you can argue Zero Tenacity have had close results on this map as of recently. Sure, you know, the loss streak kind of, in a way, the percentage of win rate, I guess, for Zero Tenacity hasn't been that great. It doesn't fully reflect how close their matches have been. But again, the fact that their matches have been so close has also kind of given me a bit of an easiness about the situation, right? Because you look about their win percentage on that CT side, on how often can they get their bolt rolling, and it's not that often. They don't, you know, it's just under that 50% mark. And when you are on a city side map like this, you want it to be a little bit more than that, right? It's the only, well, one of the last few maps that kind of, albeit the current state of the Counter-Strike 2 economy, it kind of does keep that CT gravitas. So let's see if they can actually, you know, bring up the pace here and actually put a W in the books when it comes to Train. But honestly, look, if they continue the way they did on Inferno with that cohesion that they had, the mid-round calling, having the right rotations through on that CT side, but also the decisiveness with their executes on that T side, I feel like Zero Tenacity are in a really good spot here.
Yeah, I am willing to agree. I feel like Zero Tenacity, if you want to look at a conversation about the, I guess, how dynamic they could be, we saw a really good example of it on Inferno the moment that they go on the CT side. There's constant rotations going on. The flow of communication is going to be really good. And those are the things that you're expecting out of a team that has been together for nearly 3 years, right? And this is a crazy thing to say in professional Counter-Strike nowadays because it just doesn't happen outside of Zero Tenacity. But they are doing it. And you gotta feel like those guys, they know each other really well, they are on the same page, they know what tickles their fancy, pretty much, for each other, right? So they know how to make everyone else feel comfortable in the server, and they know how to, I guess, complement each other and how to rotate in, even without speaking too much, knowing what is going on the other side of the map based on you know, how your teammates are reacting or what is going on in the server. So I guess in a way we're expecting Zero Tenacity to be a good CT side team on train, right? Pretty dynamical, quite aggressive. Put on that aggression in towards A main, push the T's away, go in towards the brown holes, go for a lot of crunch plays from lower ramp and in towards pop dog. And yeah, I'm not calling that position long dog. I'm sorry, I've been around for too long to call it long dog.
Never.
But we are expecting Zero Tenacity to bring in good pace to the map, and the one thing that I've really liked about them on it, as much as I don't think it's the favorite map of Nemanja individually, I think Brute Monster feels incredibly well on it, especially on the CT side with the big green.
Sure, and you pair that up with AVN's feels of the day, you know, the multi-kill king of the previous map.
Sure.
Yeah, they you know, they pose a threat here on train overall. Look, okay, I think we have a little bit of time before we get into the matchup. The players aren't quite ready yet, but so I guess we can have a little bit of a conversation about the other teams competing in this final day, because if you've just joined us, this is the last day of the closed qualifiers. In the main Swiss stage, we're at the stage where we've got the teams that have got 2 wins, 2 losses, so therefore one more win gets them across the line in the contender stage. Who poses the biggest threat here in regards to the other matchups? We've got the likes of Amcar, we've got Sabre in the matchup next, and you know, is there when you look at the teams up ahead, is there one that tickles your fancy more than the rest?
I think obviously I want to say Ruby for whatever reason, by the way.
Sure.
I think there is a lot of players that I have enjoyed watching over the years on different projects on the side of Ruby. Guys like Fozu, guys like Keezy, guys like Hastinator, and on the other side of Sango, there's a lot of good players as well, right? And it's a conversation we're gonna have later on today, obviously. But Danis, in my opinion, is a pretty cool mechanical player. I like him on a big green. Beanox was sick towards the end of CSGO. CS2 has not been that successful, but towards the end of CSGO, he was probably one of the people that you were looking at and saying he should get a spot, even potentially an opportunity to play tier 1, tier 1.5 Counter-Strike. A similar conversation I think could have been started for Blitz as well, the Romanian on the side of Sango. So I feel like we have a gradual build up to probably the most exciting game of the day, starting it off with, you know, a little bit of a Zero Tenacity Classico, and then obviously we do have another CAS Derby coming up right after it, so there's going to be a lot of interesting Counter-Strike going your way, folks. But for now, we will focus on game number 1 once again. It's map number 2. It is Train. Is Zero Tenacity 1 map up and 1 map away from the main event here, and Fireflux trying to force the third, fighting for their life at this point.
Well, they will be starting things off a little bit fast-paced. Do pull the brakes as they cross through PC room, and now Fireflux. They definitely have that B site in their eyes, or could be, well, they do have the potential of rotating as well, going into Pop Dog. Still that chance to change their minds, but they are lining up to go for a quick attack together, making sure that Zero Tenacity aren't going for anything aggressive of their own at the start, but you slowly and surely realize this B hit is imminent, but Zero Tenacity still have a good hold. 3 players standing. Avian with a nice little corner, waiting to throw down a smoke, a nade. Does a bit of damage, a lot of softening up, which Nemanja is able to capitalize off of. Avian drops in as well. Maze, albeit flash, still gets one. A crucial pickup, but you can see also Simka closing in the distance, being a bit of a menace, and Brute Monster as well on the back lines, pincering them in. Don't give Fireflux a chance to breathe.
I mean, this is quite the opposite of what you wanted for the start of this one. Obviously, it's just one pistol round, but still, it's a good one. Simka with a double, Avian, Nemanja, Brute Monster all getting involved in the action. Fireflux don't even make it close to a bomb site, so we're not even thinking about the forest buy here. Zero Tenacity, as we said, have had some pretty close results when it comes down to their Inferno lately, or their Train, sorry, lately. An 11-13 loss against Pyrovision, 13-10 win over Sabre, and then you're looking at 11-13 losses against Amco and Himera, 13-6 win over Alliance, 12-16 loss against Ecstatic. There's been a lot of really close games that they're unable to close on this map.
No force up from Fireflux this time around. Just pistols. And Zero Tenacity, very deep positioning from a lot of their players. They can sort of sense what the plan is. If you're Fireflux, you've only got 2 places you could be, over in Ivy, but also on the precipice of dropping into stairs. Here comes Nemanja. spray down is his. Oh, look at the cash flowing into his pocket
They
after
get a
that
bomb
one.
plant.
Which isn't too bad of an ordeal, especially with an MP9 collected, but it's not saved to the next one. Instead, Sachofo's bullets have his opponent's names written on them, and that is going to be a quick way for Zero Tenacity to gain a second round.
Nemania's got money to drop over an AWP to Brute Monster. I'm ready for that. Brute Monster gives the M4 over to AVN, and there's going to be an AWP going right at him. Not quite, actually. Deciding to stay away from the big green for now. Okay, never mind. Yeah, there it goes. It's in there. Nemania's got an MP9, though. He's still going to pull off something aggressive, especially with that spawn. Where do you go?
Looks like he's going to go for Hot Dog here.
Oh!
The nades do a lot of damage to Zero Tenacity's attempt.
Oh my god.
But Nemania's aggressiveness pays dividends. Brute Monster is there in time to collect one. And suddenly Fireflux attack. The moment they get guns on the table, they stay there. Zero Tenacity completely quashed this attack.
Nemania even tried to walk through the smoke, man. This is crazy. If you're Maze, you're not even finding this one funny at this point. You're finding it disrespectful. Especially with the double nade, by the way, on the cross into our spot. It felt like they did a good enough amount of damage onto both Simka and Nemanja to discourage them from going for a play like this one. AVN as well receiving a little bit, but they keep it going. Brute Monster going for that O pick in towards the ramp. And now Paz and Maze. A 2 versus 4 with the bomb on your backs. And Simka does not have the best angle in the world to work with, but if he doesn't get cleared... Okay, could have had a kill. Doesn't. Now this could get tricky.
Yeah, this is doable now, especially if you get another pick. The thing is, Zero Tenacity know what the plan is, so they can start to move in position to deny it. 30 seconds now. Time depleting, and so is the utility available. Last flash thrown to permit Paz to close the distance just a little bit. Maze quite noisy about this, but there's a matter of timing. You need to account for what? A transfer onto AVN. And all of a sudden, things have squared up. 12 seconds. The bomb needs to go down. Smoke on one end. Brute Monster chimes in right on time. 8 seconds. Maze doesn't get a chance to close up the distance. Brute Monster saves the day.
That's the level of comfortability we were talking about from the Opera. I don't know what the reason is, but it just feels like Brute Monster is so good with holding angles on this map. Just so reliable at times. Look at the aggression again, exactly what we were talking about. Proactiveness being brought in from Zero Tenacity straight away. Nemanja just trying to be a nuisance. Brute Monster getting a little bit creative, looking for the elevated angle, and the second shot right through the wall there. Great reactions out of the Oper. Fireflux don't even get the bomb planted. Maze on the Hero AK, everyone else is on the pistols.
I still feel there are lessons learned here for Zero Tenacity. They had the early advantage, but nearly gave it away. They've got to be a little bit more respectful of Fireflux. Here a rifle onto Maze, hoping he can do some heavy damage here. Bomb plant seems to be the plan. The expected outcome. Simka to be challenged up first, dropped. Nemanja could have been out into the open there. He still is, gets dinked, but is able to survive through it. Maze doubles up. Brute Monster again seems to be there right on time, and the AK is yet to be put to the test.
Yeah.
That is the troubling part.
He's blocked him. Banjo spotted in towards the B bomb side. AVN needs to be careful not to go down. The bomb's actually dropped in towards E-box right now, so even if they want to go back B, they still need to recover that first, and now you're going to start hearing the steps if you're AVN. Actually, they are being a little bit more silent about it, but look at the rotation. Look at Brute Monster. Oh, it's actually Sejofo, sorry.
Still, though.
He's there.
He's definitely going to help AVN's chances. And let him focus towards ramp entry. Also, Trofo makes sure that the skies are clear. Bit of a pre-fire in his direction. AVN notified of it. Finds cover towards one area and sprays in the next. Banjo not given an opportunity to swing or see his opponent in that endeavor. So Trofo chimes in and Zero Tenacity continue on their spree.
It's just perfect, right? AVN knows that they're out the upper ramp, but he knows that they can't spot him, just playing on the right-hand side of Thomas, waiting to isolate the 1v1 and as the bomb carrier as well. able to hold his own for a second kill as well onto Banjo, and Sejofo just hits him with a couple of jiggles and then doesn't give them the peek. Wants to fight on his own terms and conditions. Fireflux, another buy on the T side. Of course, it's not panic stations just yet. There's plenty of time for them to get involved. It's all about keeping that money at least on Zero Tenacity on this, and look at that from AVN!
That's ridiculous. How does he even get away with that? Zero Tenacity, the pace switch that catches Fireflux again off guard, seems to be their bread and butter today.
I mean, they're doing it every single time at this point when it comes down to the buy rounds. They did it in the first buy round again. Now they're doing it, and both times it works. This time might arguably say it's even better. You don't really get all that utility damage onto your players. You don't really have anyone that slow, but you just get a free, I guess, 5v4. A lot of real estate in towards the brown holes as well. Fireflux in a tough spot where they need to try and find a way to retake space, but look at Brute Monster on Ivy.
This is the first time Fireflux are trying to push in this direction.
Oh.
Brute Monster is accurate with his first shot, but it is on the legs. Therefore, Dougie gets given a chance to counteract it. Fireflux with a numbers supremacy for the first time in what feels like an eternity at this point. Sejofo challenged, wondering if he should go for this, and indeed does give it a good goal. Try, dear me, Paz gets the better of that trade, and all of a sudden Zero Tenacity on the back foot with Fireflux seemingly having clear space to put that bomb down.
Neman is still there though. He's going to be the true danger man. Simka's just taking the attention away. Neman has already stroked down his first victim.
Thing is, Doug is low. Dissipates the chances Paz. Oh, that is good timing on Nemanja. But Simka is able to trade. And now Dougie's a low player. He's being noisy about this, so Simka will know where he is. He's off the bomb. No, he's not. Fully diffused it. And that means Fireflux don't get given a chance. Zero Tenacity able to avert the crisis of this one.
That's so smart. This is the comms here from Brute Monster, by the way. He knows he shot the Oper, right? You know Dougie's low on HP. You know he's got a big green. There is smoke in there. There's no way he's got the balls to run through that smoke. That's the bluff that Simka calls. He's like, hey, I'm in a 1v1. I know where you are. I know how low you are. I know you're smoked up. You're not going through.
Fireflux, that was the closest they got to round win so far. But yet again, no cigar. Fireflux need to figure out what the next step is. Zero Tenacity constantly switching up the pace, not allowing Fireflux to know what the setup looks like. And this time, Brute Monster looking to see if he can get away with murder. And he's got the reassurance of Simka as well. Pop Dog fully under control. Fireflux can't do a thing about it.
No, it's perfectly played. The deep smoke as the Oper was holding. And again, you just start this round with an instant 4v5 and you're already out of utility almost. A couple smokes, a couple mollies, not a single flash left, which considering there's an open the mix is quite frankly terrifying.
But it feels the plans for Fireflux are starting to lay out. Nemanja might not even let it happen. Gets one pickup. How does he get away with his lurks? And how does he get away with calling the lurks for his teammates either? Here comes the shove. AVN quashed first. There is an opportunity, but the less time remaining does put more chances in for Fireflux. They do win their trades. Banjo does get the crossing, and Nemanja has to leave this to his opponents. But he doesn't. Wants to give this a go, but obviously having Banjo as well lurking behind. You know he's there, but having to deal with him before dropping into sight is an issue. Fireflux, yeah, not going to hand this one over. A very decisive B push.
That's such a big round, by the way. Look at the money now for Zero Tenacity. They've been on a bit of a streak, but you lose this one, you're out of cash. And considering how many people you had in towards the B-bomb side, it just felt like you were giving them too many 1v1s. Nemanja probably feels a little bit hard done by this one. Good aggressive play in towards main. Get that kill onto Maze. That was the 3 versus 5, essentially, for the side of Fireflux that they pick up. And a tactical timeout, that's really important. I'm not sure if they've been keeping track of the Zero Tenacity money and the damage they've been able to do, but you should know Z10 don't have a lot. Thing is, it's quite easy to get lost and think that they could be in a position to force up. but they won't do it.
Okay. Seems like the Turkish Hawk might have a way in after all. Get a couple rounds on your belt. It's not like the half is over by any means to an end. Dougie gets a simple pickup as well. Not too bad of a deal. Double push from Ivy though. I don't think it's spotted. Now it has been. Never mind.
Yeah, it's all about keeping it as clean as possible, right? A 0-5 start is not the end of the world. On a T side of train, you can still put up a respectful amount of rounds. It's all about not giving too much away in a round like this one. And Simke is number 1. 1 HP, and that looks damn cool there on the bottom left. Probably.
He is the one.
Yeah.
The chosen one. Lisan Al-Gaib.
What was he chosen for?
I don't know, man. But he was chosen.
Unchosen.
Chosen to die.
Sure. Chosen not to be the chosen one.
Chosen to be a martyr. That's another way to put it. But martyr means there's a greater cause behind it, so I don't know what the greater cause is in this instance. There's not much of a cause for this round. But Zero Tenacity have been able to save up to a respectable sum. But again, 5flux win this. They're definitely back in the fight, back in contention. If you're Zero Tenacity, you can't be too comfortable here.
No, not really. Mace has been doing a good job in towards A main, by the way. Constantly trying to put pressure with the utility. Molly's, HE's trying to get into their faces, been doing a lot of damage. This time they dodge all the nadage going their way though, and Zero Tenacity for the first time in a while not throwing anything too aggressive at their opponents at the start shows that they realize it probably is running out a little bit, probably getting away with it one too many times already. Time to try and hold on. And again, they do have that big green in towards Ivy ready to welcome a couple players.
Oh, he's thinking that it might be a cross over.
Oh, what?
But somehow Paz is able to trade it right back up. Simke is good enough to expect the pop dog push. But again, Zero Tenacity with the numbers might be able to hold on here. Wait. Has Paz gotten away with a push? It feels like Satropha knows it's a possibility. And he's checking it, but Crosshair not correctly positioned, but Paz was quicker to the trigger there. Equilibrium once again, never mind. Nemanja has to deny it. Doesn't allow 5flux to be in pole for long. But 5flux's plan is this B-bomb site. And Banjo has just been telegraphed, doing some damage of his own, trying to find some extra pressure. Maze drops in, and it's at the right time! A double kill? This completely switches up the pace. And Nemanja has to save here. 5flux get away with a murder.
I'm not sure how it happened. I mean, Mace is all alone with the bomb on his back, just going out lower, and he finds both of them? Were they maybe looking for the first player? Did they... I don't know what happened there. He doesn't even get tagged down that low. He's down to 77 HP. It's not like they were close to killing him. And again, if you're an Nemanja, you're just thinking the B-bomb side has collapsed once again in a round where we probably should have had the advantage. Brute Monster is able to get the opening fight. Sure, he does get refrag, but you get another refrag in towards Ivy. You know it's clear. You push them back in towards the B play in the 2 versus 3, and again, they make it work. It's another man disadvantage or 2-man disadvantage round that 5flux convert. And again, it is Mace stepping it up. He's been having a great game so far on train.
Yeah, not too shabby, really. In the mid-round, being quite dangerous, really, when he's faced up against individuals. Doesn't seem to struggle on the trades. And the only thing Zero Tenacity have got going for them this time around is the big green on Nemana's hands. I suppose it's going to be thrown over to Brute Monster. Well, he doesn't have any Kevlar on him, so I don't know. Still, though, an eco, which allows 5flux to get into arm's reach of their opposition. And that's something Zero Tenacity didn't really want. They had a 5-round streak, for goodness sake. And that's on the CT side of Train.
Yeah, this is it's just a proof of how volatile Counter-Strike is nowadays. I mean, things could change quickly, even on a map like Train, where the CT side feels like the more comfortable one. Once you start experiencing financial issues, you stop being as brave, and the game changes. Also, you lose a 5v3 and a 3v2, and you're gonna get punished for it. Nemanja, speaking of punishment, will go down. So will the pistol. Soulfly starting to get fired up right now. The pistols are trying to do a little bit of damage, and they are successful in doing so. Sejofo already with a double, looking for another one, not quite offered to him. 4 rounds on the board here for Fireflux. This is starting to look like a damn solid Train now. And it's another multi-kill round coming out of Maze, 11 and 6 for the in-game leader. The young Dane being brought in just a couple weeks ago. Try and strengthen up the team.
I feel like this is a bit of a flip round here, Ted. I feel like Zero Tenacity, all Fireflux win this. They should be the favorites for this map going forward. Sure, it's early doors. Sure, it keeps things close. But having the lead from the half is a really strong point for either of them to have.
I mean, more so for Fireflux than Zero Tenacity. If Zero Tenacity win this round, doesn't really change that much. It's just good for them. And Brute Monster, that's not good for him.
It's not at all. You expect someone to take the wider angle. Instead, a complete switch up from Soulfly. AVN gets dealt with. Zero Tenacity. Blink and you miss it. They're out of this round.
Yeah. Now, this changes a lot. If Zero Tenacity could have won this round, it doesn't really stop Fireflux from being competitive until the end of the half. You could be left with 4 or 5 rounds on T-side. Train, you're still going to be alright. Now that Fireflux get 5, and Zero Tenacity are out of money, suddenly Z10 are the ones that got to start thinking about whether they have a solid enough game plan on the T-side, or could be going to a third map here. That was just the first half, and Z10 are still going to get plenty of chances, but Fireflux have started looking really solid here on the T-side once they go rolling. And now you're starting to punish Zero Tenacity. What all started with a couple advantageous situations that the Balkans couldn't really convert is now turning into Fireflux picking up the slack. And they even make sure that Simki and Sejofo don't hold on to their rifles. So with Soulfly getting a double, that pretty much seals the deal for this round as well. Nemanja is going to be on the only rifle. You can still have a bit of a high by going around him, but you need creative play.
Yeah, what's the call? I mean, it felt like the start was very creative from Zero Tenacity, right? Constantly switching things up, constantly poking and prodding from a different direction. But Fireflux have learned to expect it. And since then, Zero Tenacity yet to find their groove. The 5 rounds they've received were the 5 consecutive they got from the start. But Sechofo's Deagle and Nemanja's pick might have put them in pole for this one.
Was Nemanja
screaming
boosted?
ahead?
Was he boosted on top of the bomb site? They had a boost going on. I think they boosted in the middle of the bomb site, and the Deagle that was below was holding in towards Zolof, and it was able to get the kill onto Maze. And then you had Nemanja with the M4 shut down another one. That is one way to be creative, one way to upset Fireflux. 1 minute on the clock. Pass was thinking about going through. They picked up the AVP. Sejofo just walked in and got it.
Huh? He
God.
took so much damage because of it, though. That molly did so much, and he won't be able to keep the AWP to the end of the round. On that 55-second mark, Fireflux have put this right back into contention. A bit of a war cry, as they do not want to give up. A skirmish bruise. The Fireflux hold their ground. Zero Tenacity have to respect it. Reconfigure for the next crunch. Oh, flushed out of position. Brute Monster gets dealt with, and all of a sudden, this is very much within the realm of reason for the Turkish Og.
25 seconds, gotta go away, and you're walking into the rifles.
Flash, perfectly timed. Simka tries to pre-fire, and suddenly the round is flipped up on its head. AVN, the solo player, makes it work with the MP9. Banjo, on the lowest health of them all.
8 seconds.
And he really can't find the solution. Evian just jumps away, knows his opponent has to rush after him. There's not much time remaining. Goes for the wide swing and comes out victorious. Zero tenacity. It took him a damn while, but it was a shaky buy to get them across the line.
What a play that is from AVN, by the way. The experience is just going right out of him into that 1 versus 3. It was all about the timing. And Z10, it gets really scrappy considering, again, you were in such a good position. Getting a little bit overzealous with trying to pick up the AVP. You offer 1 away for free. Brute Monster gets Molotov'd out of position into his own death. And then the rifles do the damage but don't get the kills. AVN, thank God they were already low for him to close.
And you can't help but feel Zero Tenacity are right back in this fight. An earlier pop dog aggression. We've seen this one before. It's worked out, but this time only good for the trade. Flux. I wonder if they're able to shut Brute Monster's position. Does he look to walk out? Yeah, the nades will do it. And Paz gets an individual fight onto AVN. Okay, this has gone right on so many ways here for Fireflux. Perfect answers to whatever Zero Tenacity is thrown at them. And all they have to do now is move into this B-bomb site, fend off the 2 remaining players. Thankfully for Zero Tenacity, though, they've got the right call and setup.
Yeah, Sujovil still here. Gotta take first point of contact. Sell the fake for Nemanja. Their nade right on top.
Whoa.
Look at the damage. Even gets a kill. Nemanja's here. They're not gonna be ready for him. It's all about the timing, all about getting the first one. But he's playing for more. He wants to go for the trigger discipline. Second player spotted.
Oh my word.
Played him like a fiddle.
That is the smartest play we've seen all day. And we've seen so many great ones. Nemanja is the saving grace here. Off the back of a tremendous nade from Chijofo, Nemanja takes the wider angle and of course seals the deal with 3 kills to his name at the end of the whistle. Zero Tenacity, 7-5 at halftime, but that last round was chef's kiss.
Yeah, Fireflux just take a little bit too long. You gotta wonder, they probably just wanted to wait it out so they can use all the util, make sure that they gather up and they have good spacing. But the moment that you shut down AVN as the B player, you definitely had to give it a go. Nemanja is just a genius in that situation. Plays it absolutely perfectly. Z10, it could have been much worse at the end of the first half here, but you get 7 rounds going into the T side. A pistol round could definitely still keep your chances, and yet Fireflux are going to be happy with 5. Should be happy with 5.
Zero Tenacity sprinting onto the safe site. No time to waste. He knows where Selflight is and able to annihilate him in the process. Banjo, though, brings the Julies to the fight, and my oh my, is he a cowboy? And suddenly, Fireflux have completely turned things around. The Dualies of Maze chime superbly. And yeah, a quick pistol to go to the Turkish organization.
Yeah, that was really aggressive. I mean, you double push B, you go in with the double flank coming out of Pop, another player going in towards Hell. Look at that from Banjo with the Joe Berettas. Lovely shooting out of the young Finn. AVN able to get the refrag, but again, you were not ready for the second pair of Joe Berettas. It's a nice little creative touch to bring to a pistol round. The double push B with the Julies, and now they've put themselves in a really good position. Fireflux have regained control of this map.
Yeah. Zero Tenacity just need to prohibit the economy of Fireflux of growing in a way. Bit of a poke and prod, trying to spread out the Fireflux players. But they know to not fall for such a bait. They know they're dealing against pistols here, so why be tempted? Early smoke. But it feels like Zero Tenacity are slowly creeping, bunching up together to execute. I mean, Banjo is the early warning system for this B site, but has quickly crept back, so no longer available to retrieve the core. Maze will make sure...
Oh my goodness.
To potentially stop what happens, but instead it's Nemanja to find himself a quick little upgrade off the back of a 1-dig.
They would have loved to have at least one player with armor right now. Oh, they really are trying their best with this one, squeezing every single second out. There's
Oh my
no way
God.
Joffos want to fight with a Glock. Why? Didn't he have head armor?
The thing is, they've only got 15 seconds to work with, and there's 2 players on the site, and it's Banjo with the MP9. That does so much damage! Not a chance given. Things seem to work out so well at the first instance, in the first marker, but you've run out of time, and it's cost you a very doable round by the end.
I mean, you say it's called Zero Tenacity. I think it's called Fireflux a lot. That was, they didn't have a single player with armor. They had no utility. 1 Desert Eagle, and they get 4 kills and an M4 to hold on to. This is a win for Zero Tenacity, no matter how you look at it. Sure, you don't get a bomb plant. You don't win the round. You were not supposed to. That was a full buy from Fireflux. This is great for Zero Tenacity. Look at the economy right now of Fireflux. It's put them in turmoil.
Yeah, it's put them in a really rough spot. And again, that's the goal Zero Tenacity had going into that round. Soulfly want to give Zero Tenacity a taste of their own medicine. But that molly prohibits him of doing that. Down to half already. Paz opens things up. The early aggression cats Zero Tenacity off guard and B stairs.
Look at him,
And short.
Found a gap in towards Ivy.
Very deep into that A site. The thing is, when do you pull the trigger on the attack? Because Simka knows he's not confident in this position. Knows there's probably 1 or 2 players. Nemanja ends up being interrupted. But Simka finds the right timing to chime in. Brute Monster doubles up, and now it's Zero Tenacity with the numbers.
It's a tough call to make, though. You don't really know where Paz is right now. He was one of the players to get given towards the B-bomb side at the beginning. Now he's repositioned in towards Ivy. They are still in towards that A-bomb side. He's going to be up close and personal, not able to stop the bomb from going down, though.
How do you spread out if you're Zero Tenacity here? What positions do you take? And how can you find cover from Paz's potential push? Okay, that's a pixel. I'm pretty sure he saw a head.
Don't think so.
So, possibly. Either way, Simka is the one to get out first from that corner and surprise his opponent. But that close round ends up falling into Zero Tenacity's hands.
Yeah, it's a really good recovery out of Z10. I mean, it's all on Nemanja, right? The aggression comes in, you lose 1 player in towards the B, in towards the brown holes, and then the second, I think it was Simka, by the way, who realized, okay, I might be better off by just disengaging. Heard the molly burning the player in towards Bob, then you spot the 2 guys over ramp. You knew it was gonna. There's the boost. That is an awful angle, I must admit. There's something poetic about the fact that Nemanja is the ones who died to it.
I mean, given the fact that there's a hero rifle here for Fireflux, an MP9 as well for Paz, and he's being walked in on, there is a real chance Fireflux can come out ahead here. 3v4 with AVN trying to take control back from main. But he's only got the nade to do a lot of damage. Fireflux are very aggressive with their maneuvers, very up in their opponent's face. If you're Zero Tenacity, you're not comfortable, you're not confident.
That's so tricky, though. Mace wants to make sure he gets the information without going down here. You don't want to give away your life. Jiggle, player spotted, you disengage.
Oh, he sticks around a little bit too long, considering he might want to get away with a 1 dig. Instead, Avian spray chimes true. 25 seconds on the clock. What's the call for Zero Tenacity? If they move into B, they're moving into a trap. Smoke out.
Utility goes in. It's a fake. They're still going A.
It might be a brilliant fake because the 3 players are still sticking by. 14 seconds, and you smoke off connector. Now you can just walk through. AVN finds a first pickup onto Dagi, and now he realizes the wrong call has been made. Sure, a bit of a boost angle taken, but it's not like Zero Tenacity are going to pressure you. They're going to hold back. They've done their job. A bomb has been planted, and they've got the advantage on this post plant.
I'm not sure how you retake this. You have no kit. You sure as hell have a couple of smokes, but 3 players to look for. A safe might be the better decision.
Disconnect.
Oh, Brutbuster's disconnected. Now you go for it.
So Tropha might save the day here. 1 found and now a crossfire position created. Spray down across the mech. And AVN save the day.
The disconnect baited them into thinking they can win the round, and now they've lost the rifles. I'm not even sure if that
Tactical disconnect,
disconnect is worse
baby.
I think the disconnect is better for Zero Tenacity, by the way. It ends up working out well. If it wasn't for the disconnect, they call it off and they have 2 rifles in the next. Because of Brute Monster going down, they decided to go for it and they lost everything.
And it doesn't take long for Brute Monster to get back on the server and realize what on earth has just happened. Okay, that's a bit comical, you can't lie. That is a bit funny.
Man.
That is funny, haha.
Hilarious.
Alright. Well, making simple work of the pistols here. Sure, Maze finds a spoil of war just to pick up onto 1, but damage done, round over in the blink of an eye. Double digits found. And we enter yet another buy round.
Yeah, this is when you put in your big pants if you're Fireflux. You simply cannot afford to lose anymore. You don't even have an open in the hands of Dougie. He himself has not been having the best individual performance so far on this map train, but Zero Tenacity have been running circles around you on that T side so far. This is the one that you need to win, though. This is when you need to get back into it, and Brute Monsters tried to shut them down. He was all alone, though. It was just that one aggressive play, and he gets a 1-for-1.
It's a bit ridiculous. Zero Tenacity aren't going to hold back on the pressure, though. They still have a smoke that favors them the cross. Gives them a bit of extra leeway in. A deeper angle, perhaps. Dougie is going to have to be ready for us, and the Manyo isn't checking the right position. Wanted to assist his team. Wanted to put pressure to allow the rest of Zero Tenacity to start walking in. Another smoke drops. Simka is quick to read May's angle, and he doubles up onto Paz. Suddenly, Fireflux are in big trouble. Dougie needs to do some heavy lifting. Simka is there again. You can see the faces of frustration for Fireflux, wanting to see if they can hold on, but Simka is unrelentless, locked in. And with Banjo, the solo player remaining, it feels like his fate has already been sealed.
They flashed him 3 times in a matter of 4 seconds, of course. He's calling this one off. They know where he's coming from. And at this point, there's no way you're getting past the headhunter of Zero Tenacity, Simka. What a round that was from him. He's going to try and even find the last one. Banjo, hoping he's going to be allowed a way out. Hoping to hold on to that M4A4. Actually, an AK upgrade. Simka could have heard it. Banjo still should be safe enough. Oh my god. That was terrifying. That was actually terrifying. Spam nearly connects. You will hold on to that 1 rifle towards the end, but Zero Tenacity get arguably the most important round of the game so far in Fireflux. You need to really step up your game. You're 2 rounds away from exiting the event, and the first one will consist of nothing more than a hero AK and a couple pistols.
Yeah, it's not fun. Fireflux are really going to have to fight for this one. But it's Zero Tenacity controlling the pace of the game, that's for sure. That is certain. And even though they're considering a bit of a rush up into Pop Dog, I feel Zero Tenacity are also too well equipped to deal with this. Again, okay, a bit of a main exploration. They can hear some movement. That's some nice little bits of information, but the only flash available has already been expended. Now hoping that Zero Tenacity can walk into the trap of the AK.
Hoping for a mismove. Zero Tenacity, they have shown a tendency of sometimes letting advantageous situations not go their way. This is not when you do it, though. You win this round, you're up 12-7. It's a much easier game from here on out. You're going to be in a great spot to close, and AVM puts a good start to it. Pass, upper aggression denied. Where do you go from here?
You're putting in some pressure from Ivy as well. Fireflux have got to respect it, and that's why they put awful players towards this A site. It's a bit of an obfuscation, though. Zero Tenacity have got a lot of their people towards this B-bomb site, and Fireflux's gamble may not be paying off. Wait a minute, no, it's the Pop Dog push that they're trying to go for. Brute Monster's first shot is accurate. Simka aggresses, and he seizes a chance to take over. Sure, Dougie is able to find one in response, but you need a lot more from Soulfly. You might just be able to do it. Closes up the distance up against the AK, though, doesn't stand a chance. Gets a little bit out of control for a bit, but Zero Tenacity maintain their composure and cross the line.
You could see the frustration as well. Soulfly felt like he could have pulled this one off. It hasn't been the best of days for him so far individually, but we know that this guy's X Factor is unmeasurable. So close, yet so far. And again, it gets a little bit scrappy, but Z10 get a 12-7 lead. 5 consecutive chances to close and eliminate Fireflux from the competition. Make your way into the main event.
Well, Dougie teaches Brute Monster a lesson. At least that's a positive for Fireflux. Sure. 5 rounds consecutive required to bring things to overtime, but it only takes 1 round to bring it down to 4. Dougie not taking the baits. Not quite connecting. There. But Maze has got the right angle here. Nemanja has fallen victims to a couple of these situations. Not softly clearing out corners.
Maze nearly lost his life, by the way. He was probably looking at the minimap. We'll finally get refragged by Simke.
He's been doing so well.
Fireflux should be in a good position to close this.
Especially when you've got the cross out from Ivy. Now you can try to isolate these players. Soulfly is a little bit in the open, which is why Satrofo is able to trade back. And Simke is simply on fire. That's 2 kills in a row where he differs his opponent. And 2 players completely discombobulated. 30 seconds as Zero Tenacity tries to close up the distance. Molly on one end. You've allowed one to be out of the fight. Dougie's revealed himself, so Satrofo now has got a task to shut him down on time. The first shot from Dougie misses. Now he knows where the second player is. And he's able to align his crosshair on time, accurately, ripping his opponent's head off his shoulders. That will be the final killing blow, and Zero Tenacity's last effort to get themselves into the main event.
It wasn't an easy one for Z10, but they missed out one opportunity against Sashi. They're not going to miss it. And again, a 13-7 on Inferno, a 13-7 on Train, and they make their way into the main event here, going through out of the close qualifier. Definitely not one of the teams that you'd expect to struggle in that type of a stage of an event, but today they were on point, and deservingly they dominated Fireflux and they closed the game.
Indeed they do. Indeed they do. 13-7 on both maps. Not too bad of an ordeal. Don't even get to see Anubis, but for Fireflux, I feel like that was kind of the result we sort of expected accumulatively throughout the time that we've seen from them. Yeah, there were some good moments from them. You can't lie. There were some solid parts to their game, but you know, it just wasn't enough. Zero Tenacity were able to call quite the impressive show, and I think the saving grace for Zero Tenacity there was Simke. Right, overall throughout this, the last map as well, there were a couple of clutch moments, a couple of multi-frag kills, and especially that last round as well has definitely allowed Zero Tenacity to get away with a couple of freebies. So yeah, strong stuff all across the board, and they're looking to see if they can replicate a bit more consistency heading onto that main stage.
I mean, it could be start to a bit of an improvement in the form of Zero Tenacity as well. The fact that Nemanja is not the ones who just carried the show, but we had a great performance out of AVN on map 1, and then Simkins to Jofo.
Sure.
And I guess Brute Monster providing a little bit of security as well in the mix. It is good to see Zero Tenacity winning games without Nemanja necessarily having to kill 30 people.
Well, it looks like that is the end of our first match. We have got Sabre versus Amco up next, everybody. There will be a small break until that happens, because this match just was pretty damn quick to finish. But stay tuned, folks. We'll be back as soon as we can be.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Got to phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from YaLLa still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back to the Compass Contenders closed qualifiers. If you joined in earlier, you would know today is all about the final matches to see which teams will be making it into the main event. And look, it was a bit of a brawl on the first series that we had today, but it's time to have a CIS derby for the second match. My name is Pavlos, and I've got Ted by my side to break down all the action, man. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling... there was an urge to say something there. I am feeling quite excited about a CS derby. I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like whenever we get those games,
I'm feeling thank you.
Yeah, that's the urge that I had, Pavlos. Thank you. I feel like whenever you get to see two teams from the same region faced off against each other and they're all full of new, young, up-and-coming players, it's always going to be a banger of a game. Obviously, for both Sabre and Amcal, they've been going through a lot of rebuilds. They've been going through a lot of changes recently, and I guess that we can say that for Amcal, Sabre have been alone for, or have been together for 14 days only on this lineup, right? On this 5-man lineup, obviously,
sure.
A lot of those guys being ex-teammates on the Nevermore project, but not all of them. So with Fake Reality and Svemi now joining the team, I want to see maybe a little bit more, I want to say development out of those guys, but obviously it's a long-term process. I think for them it's just incredibly valuable that they are able to make their way into this type of a tournament, that they were in that 2-0 position, but now from a 2-0 start they could go out of the close qualifier, which would be a little bit of a stinker for them.
Yeah, I think they were fortunate to begin with to be in that 2-0 start, right?
Sure,
Given there was a bit of a forfeit along the way, and got them an opportunity to have 3 matches consecutive, which could allow them a qualification to the main stage, which would be awesome for them. Now they've depleted 2 of the chances. Of course, one of them was against Monty, the other one against Rush B. So hard opponents, there's no doubt about it. But now they get a 3rd chance. And look, for Amcal, it was a bit of a different story, wasn't it? They were straight into the lower bracket, straight into that 0-2 loss. And they were kind of the Grim Reapers in that way, and killing off both Yano and Portuguese family in the process of getting here. So potentially could get a 3rd win in a row in the tournament to keep their hopes alive. So yeah, 2 different stories. Sabre still building up that experience at this level of play, still trying to see how they want to be playing Counter-Strike at this level. And so far, you know, they haven't been able to be considerable threats, which is what we're waiting to see really for them. We want to see what their story is all about, what their danger points are.
Yeah, I feel like myself and yourself, obviously, we got a bit of a taste of it against Monty when they played against Monty, and that was a game that had all the focus drop on how well Monty was playing, but it wasn't that spectacular coming out of Sabre. On the other side of the server today, you have another team that has not necessarily been killing it recently, results-wise, and I guess you can understand why, right? We're talking about an Amcal that just lost their best player in Molodoy around a month ago, right? Your star Oper gets brought in from Furia, and then suddenly you gotta look for more people. Art Frost was playing with the team for a couple days, 10 days he spent on the lineup, and it was supposed to be him actually stepping in to be the Oper, but now they're playing with Quasar Zoper Tommy, and I don't really know what the situation is when it comes down to the Oper. Maybe Art Frost just can't play right now, maybe they want to stick with Tommy, but there has been a lot of roster changes going on. Obviously Stenix arriving around a month ago as well, so there is some good things about this lineup. I've honestly loved the duo of S-Fade and AW throughout the last couple of years. Clash obviously joining in as well last year in that DMS project. Those guys have a lot of firepower, but again, consistency has not been there as much. I guess the one reason that I would say they probably, in my eyes at least, are the favorites going into today's matchup is what you know, what you already mentioned, the fact that they started 0-2, but they were able to get 2 consecutive wins. So if we're talking confidence, if we're talking momentum, those guys should have it on their side.
Yeah, you're right. But it's not without being plagued with roster changes and adaptations since the start of the year. It's been a rough time. You reflected it well. We do get a bit of a view of their map pool. It's a little bit more clean cut when it comes to their favorites and the ones they want to avoid. We saw it on Sabre earlier, and their situation is not that great. But then again, you're still trying to build that momentum to begin with, and they really haven't had a chance to show it just yet. Can we go into the conversation of where the strengths could lie for Sabre? Because I think that's the narrative I'd like to follow. Because yet again, they haven't really found their groove just yet at this level of play. What could they put their bases on? What do you think, if they come away with a victory today, would be the reason?
I think straight up individual skill. It has to be a lot of individuals popping off, and I don't feel like we've seen the depth out of them. Just to go for a bit of a flashback onto that Monty game, right?
Sure.
Dust 2 was a map that we were looking at and we were saying, well, it looked really one-dimensional. It looked quite like they were saving strats almost, right? Like they didn't want to show what they have. So yeah, but obviously that wasn't the reason. So I am a little bit worried about the depth in the playbook there. But we're gonna get into the veto real quick. Nuke and Train we were never gonna see. Amcal, I feel like going for the Dust 2 is a really obvious one, especially considering Sabre's unfortunate results on this map recently. The ancient response coming out of Sabre, it was always going to be either this or a Mirage, but I feel like if you're playing against a team like Amco, you probably don't want to go for a Mirage pick necessarily. There is a big chance that they leave it in for a third, and that's exactly what happens. So if you're Sabre, you are happy with ancient and Mirage being involved in the veto on paper. Dust 2 though, I feel like is, at least for me, sticking out like a sore tongue as a punishment pick. And honestly, if Amco make it look convincing enough, I might believe in a 2-0 as well.
Yeah, completely on the same wavelength there. I don't think it can get any better if you're Sabre here when it comes to the veto. But again, it's a tough ask considering where the strengths lie for Amcal. So yeah, there's no reason to reiterate what you just said overall here. So Dust 2 being the focus. Is there kind of a playstyle we can expect from Amcal? Obviously, coming from the CIS region, they kind of adopt. I imagine what comes from other teams in that region. But is there something unique you'd say to their playstyle that could be a challenge to Sabre?
I'd say that they're really dynamical, really quick team. Velocity really is their friend. SFade being the in-game leader, being the entry, being one of the most, if not actually the most aggressive player on the CT side, is going to be leading by example quite a lot. They go for a lot of explosive plays. They like picking up the pace every now and then. So it really depends. This is going to be my first time watching Tommy with the big green, so I am excited to see if he's going to be a passive oper, if he's going to be an aggressive one. I feel like when you're playing with AWS, Fade and Kalash and Stinix on the same team, especially Stinix, Fade and AW, you gotta be a little bit more supportive of an oper, and you have to be alright with providing a little bit more space for the rifles, because as of right now, Amco have a lot of people that are or have used to be space takers before. That are going to be running up, and especially if Sabre are not able to make them respect them at the start, I feel like Amco could really put up a killer pace to this game.
Yeah, again, if you've only just joined the broadcast, folks, this is the match that could either guarantee a spot into the main event of YaLLa Compass Contenders Series 1 of this year, or it would be an end of your run in this tournament. And look, it's already been one win for the Sabre side. They haven't really been successful in getting many match wins altogether in their stint now in this tier 2 tournament journey, right? They haven't quite made their way high up anywhere, so it's a good chance to getting a second win in this tournament, but also qualifying to a main event straight away would be huge for them. For Amco, it's more of, okay, let's see how quickly we can get something decent running with a roster that we're not used to putting together, but again, the individuals having that little bit extra bit of experience could amount to them being able to get on the fly quicker, right? It's a bit of a saving grace that they've got an opponent here. For Sabre, for example, having Amcal as an opponent where there has been that turbulent sort of situation for them, and they could take advantage of But then again, that's kind of where the cookie lies. You know, that's where the hopes kind of begin for that roster. But yeah, ready to get into the matchup here, Ted. Dust 2 coming up for the first map of this series. I'm super excited.
Yeah, same. I think it's going to be an interesting one. OVO battle is going to be exciting as well. We didn't quite get to see that much out of Hodix last time around, and I think for the entire team of Sabre, I have I don't want to say I have bigger expectations, but the fact that you see them in the 2-0 bracket means that you still want to see a little bit of competitiveness out of those guys, right? And that game against Monty has left me with a sour taste in my mouth for what I think about Sabre. So I am really going into this one hoping to be proven wrong in the way that I just look at Sabre and I think there isn't a lot of depth to the T size. There isn't a lot of creativity in there. But you know what? Maybe today they can put up a bit of a fight. We always know that, and this is going to be a big factor, when you're playing up against another team from the same region, you know each other a lot better. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of personal incentive, I guess, when you are playing against those guys that you want to establish. You want to establish yourself over them in the region itself. So I guess, and also Amcal is a much more respected organization. So you want to represent, if you're Amcal, you want to go into this game and show that you are on top. And if you're Sabre, you know that if you get a win like that, that's gonna raise up your stocks quite a lot.
Oh yeah, it's all about getting reps in the space as well, because yeah, it's not just the players that are new in the space, it's Sabre as an organization as well. Let's see how this one goes though. Dust 2 prepped up as the players have joined the server, readied up and are ready to go when it comes to the pistol round. It is Amcal's map pick. They have a good streak of 4 minutes, and Sabre, you can't quite say the same. A bit of a rough time for them, so it might be a default from the start. We'll get to see if that continues to be the case as we jump on it. Sabre start things on the CT side and Amcal as the aggressors.
4 wins out of their last 5 games here. Amcal, the only team that was able to take them down, was indeed a CAS lineup of Ruby as well. But other than that, they've been pretty much picture perfect. A really slow start against the Portuguese family in one of their games here in the YaLLa Compass, but they were able to come back into it. And early on, I'm already feeling in pain because of AW's posture.
I was about to say that, man. He's so crouched down.
Yep.
Oh, that hurt. No, I'm hurting for him.
Yep, I am too.
That's a lot of damage done from Nita. We talked about individuals having to step up. Nita already does so. Amcal do not stop their attempt to push into this B site. S-Fade, though, is the one with the bomb.
The bomb's
and he's stuck between a rock and a hard place in a really tough spot. Sabre want to try and jump in on him, but S-Fade might have just avoided madness. That's exactly what he's doing, sprinting through tunnels to try and get him to B.
He was actually sticking around in towards middle for a little bit there. S-Fade didn't. He's looking for another fight. This man is crazy. He's absolutely insane, and now they've spotted the last one as well.
That is simply ridiculous. He's feeling it to take another individual fight, even if he wasn't needed. Even when Kalash was ready to pop in from window, that is just nuts.
You can't really expect a normal game of Counter-Strike when this is your in-game leader, by the way. The guy that flashes you into the bomb site, stays middle, fights for one more, turns around, kills the top mid guy, then thinks about sticking around lower, and then actually sticks around and towards the tunnels. Ladies and gents, he gets a 4-piece. That's insane.
Ah, man. And for Sabre, a little bit daunting, you know. You kind of count on individuals here, given that the depth isn't that great. I think Svemi's been spotted as well, trying to peek through the smoke. So they are, Amcal, aware of this situation. And it's a quick pad of his stats here for S-Fade. Evermore, as well as Stinix likes to chime in just a little bit. 2-0 on the block here for Amcal already, with a good B-spawn.
Yeah, he's even given his monitor a bit of a tap. Good job there. Starting 3-1. He's like, thanks to you, I can see it all. Where would I be if it wasn't for you? Oh, it's 2-0 start for Amcal. First buy coming up for Sabre, and they are picking up the pace in towards the B tunnels. Bombs already in there, looking like push them away from short, go into a quick B split type of round.
Already 2 players trying to split the map in 2. Nita on the lookout, but I'm afraid he's lost his life. AW quick to act on it, and now you've got 1 player stuck in the middle of no man's land. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Instead, has to see The impending doom approaching with Amcal only having to kill 2 players to retrieve a 3rd round.
Yeah, this is looking really simple right now for the side of Amcal, isn't it? It kind of feels like they just go off of spawn. Okay, that's a nice shot from Hodix, but they just go off of spawn. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Take tunnels quickly, send it full W, out lower, in towards short, and then just go for the B split. You kill the mid player, then you go through the B smoke, you deal with the anchor, and that was pretty much it. Niter not really given a chance in towards mid, and Kalash is on a bit of a hunting mission. Gets one. That will be quite about it for him, but AW on a Mac 10 actually going to get that bonus money, so you're making sure that Jackass is the only one to hold on to his M4. No more rifles in the next round for the side of Sabre, as Amcal are onto a flying start. And the one thing that I don't want to see right now, Pablos, is just Amcal completely running over Sabre, as we said.
Yeah.
Especially after that last Dust 2 against Monty, where they got only 4 rounds. I feel like they are a team that could get stomped on this map.
Thing is, you're right. Sabre did start on the T side against them, if I remember correctly, if I recall correctly, because we saw a lot of that A-Long simulator play out for quite a while, and the interruption through mid came in a lot. The lurks from Monty were superb, let's be fair. But, yeah, Sabre starting on the defensive side this time around have yet to find a hold of the situation. Amcal slow down the pace just a little bit. A bit of pressure exerted into Cat, trying to see if they can make a couple players dance. It's Femi. That's an interesting move. Flash won't be affecting him, and that's an early upgrade. Sure, Kalash finds success in mid, but is that the damage down? Kalash might be stuck here. Amcal know he's in a tough spot, so they'll try and get him out of trouble, but it seems like he might not need it. Smoke dropping. Hodix shows his ground. If Zvemi does get a kill here, there is a chance, but without it, Amcal can just simply waltz onto the A side.
Yeah, you know exactly where the final player is right now. You can just send it back, and this is a big triple coming out of Kalash. It gets a little bit scrappy in the middle of things. You lose AW, you're starting to think that the CTs could give it a good go, and Amcal really did pause and wait to see if he's gonna run at them so they can have 3 people waiting. They're having a bit of a laughing session, I guess. Good thing is we can see the cameras. Amcal are on a boot camp right now. Of course, as we said, had to take a bit of a hit when Molodoy got brought in from Furia. Without a doubt, your #1 star player. Oh, yep, that is not fantastic.
No,
we didn't see
especially when S-Fade is feeling it like that. You know, 8-0, refusing to die. And that was the best chance to try and put him in his grave. Finally, a buy round coming through from Sabre, though. Let's see if they can actually make it work. Hodix now on the big green duties. Potential head-to-head with Tommy. Amcal would love to put a lot of pressure onto upper tunnels this past while. Oh, okay. Well, sometimes luck is in your favor.
I was just gonna say, they're taking all of that control just running around full W, so I guess still a little bit of fortune for Jackass to get that kill, but felt like you had to punish them a little bit, make them use their shift button.
And he's tucked into a corner here, so even if they push by, there's a good chance he's able to trade it, especially with the assistance coming in from the side. Fake Reality joins in with Niter to make simple work of the mid-crunch. Now 2 remain for Amcal, and it feels like the round is already over at that 1 minute mark. They will attempt a bit of a walk-in. They do have some money to keep things going.
Oh.
And they may just have the site cleared. Thing is, Niter is on crossing duties, but Tommy denies him a chance to get back into it. Smoke out, bomb to go down, 2v3, very doable.
It is very doable. Depends on how you want to set up that crossfire, but the B-bomb side notoriously really difficult to retake. That was a 2 versus 5, and now they've made it winnable.
How does Sabre approach this? Still plenty of utility. The fact that Tommy's holding the right position here is massive. Thing is, he needs to be distracted, and I think they've achieved that. When do you look to tunnels again? Tommy, quashed, and so is Kalash. That is insane work here from Jackass, able to just waltz in, delete two, and keep the win for Sabre.
Yeah, it's nice shots. I mean, they didn't even have a kit. Okay, Svemi actually does have one. It's just that they had enough time, sure. So they were alright, but it's just the fact that you are letting Amkau actually find a way back into this round in some shape or form. Jackass with some crisp shooting. Of course, when we had that conversation about the individuals last time around, Jackass is usually the man to be looking at alongside Hodix. The one-man star rifle. Amkau still doing a little bit of damage, getting a bomb plant, taking care of their own economy. But this Sabre getting a first on the CT side. Getting consecutive ones was the big issue against Monty. Let's see if this one is going to be a little bit more fluent.
And instantly they bring out the two orbs. Instantly they want to keep that going for them.
Look at the
Maybe
short face.
creating a distance between themselves and their opponents is the answer.
They're so quick. So quick in the way that they take map control. So quick in the way that they set up for a side hit. Minute 20. And they are already setting their sights onto that A bomb side. And as of right now, Sabre are playing this on a retake setup. You need the Oper to get the first kill and then back off. You have the majority of your defenses in towards the B bomb side. Amkau have a good co in play. It's all about the utility to isolate the Oper.
All right, Svemi, what can you do here? You know you're being pressured, smoked and flashed, double smoke coming through to enable a quicker passing. You know your chances are mitigated, therefore you drop back and call for reinforcements. Hang on a second, Amkau are biding their time, and Sabre given a chance to re-angle their hold. Zvemi post up a little bit deeper, flash to flush him out. He already realizes one is on site, so doesn't want to take the fight. You've got your teammates covering the lower ground, ramp and CT, and Nita just pops in and does so much damage already. The nade could be the finishing blow onto one of them, is able to subside it. This is getting troubling because Nita has been able to close up the distance. Ramp is fully under his domain, and AW is forced to do a lot. 3v3, sure the bomb is down, but how do you even work this? Catwalk under control of Amkau, and that's the desperate part that Sabre need to get under control. A lot of damage done from AW. Hodix chimes in. Svemi jumps close. That is ridiculous from Sabre. The retake works superbly. Amkau taking too long to make their move.
That's insane. Amkau were just so uncomfortable. They were stuck on the bomb side. I felt like the moment that they had one player rotate in towards short, that was going to seal the deal, but I think they got the kill with a nade. Honestly, that was the difference maker. Look at the replay as well. Stinix, nice headshot. That's the kill that makes all the difference. Hodix taking care of Tommy. That was the only T player that wasn't trapped on the bomb side, trying to look for 3 different angles for CTs to come from.
All of a sudden, I feel like we've got a game on our hands. Double AWPs allowing Sabre to keep a distance and pick away from afar. Finally getting to be a bit of style from Sabre. Amkau, on the other hand, a bit of a crucial round for them as well. If you want to keep some tempo rolling on this T side, this is a round to win. Lose it, and Sabre very much could be part of the conversation. Zvemi forced out. So for now, Amkau able to take some early catwalk control, but it does seem like the brute force of their efforts leans towards the left.
Yeah, they've been doing a whole lot of work trying to fake out their presence in towards short and towards middle as well. But with that aggressive angle from the Oper, the CTs should be ready. And again, they're running the same setup with 3 people here.
They've been dead silent on this side of the map. Thing is, Sabre have got 2 that could be quickly called to action. And they can heal the hibit-jibbies. They know there's something off here. Dedicate Hodix to the backside. Oh, that's a masterful move. Nita struggling to find info, buddy. I think he's just found it. Getting the player from lower towers. AW not able to crouch in on time. And now Amkau are struggling. What's the call here? Do you really go for the execute? You don't know that Hodix is on the back. AWP in hand. Surely should be able to get away with something. Left corner carried on by Fake Reality. And it's done enough. 2 kills to his name. AW is all that remains, but he's in no man's land. And Jackass will make sure he will not be there for long.
This is starting to look a little bit terrifying here for Amkau, by the way. The speed was working out in the first couple rounds, but then as you said, they bring out the double open. You just start going in, getting mowed down not only by the AVPs, but the rifles as well. Mid-round aggression as well coming out of Niter in towards middle was a little bit crazy. Caught a bit of a timing, but it works out perfectly for him and his teammates. And I think... Okay, yeah. Stinix was just looking at TeamSpeak. It's fine. We're back. He's here. It is nice looking at the monitors. I like it. I also like the walls of Svemi. It gives me a pretty... It gives me
Familiar.
a blast from the past
Right?
vibe. Yeah.
Yeah. Homie. Maybe for you and me.
That is Eastern Europe for everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone's got a grandma or a grandpa that had walls like these.
Mm-hmm. Niter, what an opening. And Amcal invested fully into this one. That just completely catapults Sabre ahead in the round. Complete cut of noise as well. Amcal have done this before, but Sabre aren't buying it. Aren't really going for anything aggressive either, just holding their angles, know they're ahead. You can see they are trying to see bait out if tunnels, there's something there, but nope, nothing. Finally a smoke drops. Finally something handed over to the CTs to work with.
They have a really good setup though. Op is just going to take first point of contact, and then you've got the player in towards Goose standing on the flash. That's going to be Svemi. Does he want to give away his position though, or want to stay with a gun out? There goes the flash. They're ready for this.
This is a very well-equipped Sabre for this attack. Hodix not hindered at all. And Svemi seizes the chance to start to walk through. There is a smoke available to keep Amcal in cover for a potential bomb plant. The question is S-Fade online enough to deal with the 4 approaching? The answer is not, especially when Fake Reality doesn't give him a chance behind the smoke. Therefore, after a very early getaway from Amcal, Sabre are very rapid with squaring things up.
Tell you what, this is much closer than what I thought. I am pleasantly surprised, by the way, from what we're seeing out of Sabre on the CT side. Quite quickly, they were able to find a solution, and you know what? Just 3-4 rounds in, it was giving us vibes of Amco just dominating the hell out of them and just running away with this map early on. And I know it's a crazy statement to make 4 rounds in, but this is what it looked like. This is how comfortable it was for Amco to win a lot of those rounds. But now Sabre have started putting up much more of a fight here. And it's been a bit of a team effort. Everyone helping out, regardless of Niter being probably the one to take most of the spotlight with his aggressive plays in towards middle and the lower tunnels.
Amco, you're sort of hoping that explosivity is the name of the game for you. Damn, Tommy, down to 15. Niter, laser focused. That nade could do so much, and indeed it does. But S-Fade somehow today is completely unlocked. An AK collected. And I think a spark now in their eyes.
Rotation hurt as well. You know, one player's made their way in towards middle. Thing is, I think that gives away the fact that there's only one player B. And you can just leave one guy on middle to hold on for the rotations. You know you've got a 4v1 on the B bomb side.
Thing is, you might have one of the most dangerous ones here holding as well. Warp in hand. At least there's a flood smoke available for Amco to walk in from all different angles. Hodix is hoping he can get away with one, crouch in, and go in for another. That's exactly what he gets. Looks for the third, but Stinix puts him to rest. Still a 3v3 though, still very much salvageable. The bomb goes down. It's up to Sabre to realize how much rest you give to your opponents. Already a player up in apartments.
Gotta be careful for the tunnels lurk. Boost on top of the door, doesn't see anything. You're putting so much on Kalash not hitting that shot though. If he gets the kill into the tunnels player, this round is over.
Exactly. Taking up the position where his opponent had the AWP before. Fake Reality and Svemi take over and don't allow AW to breathe. Push him up against the wall and allow themselves to just waltz in there with comfort and ease. Sabre with the lead.
I mean, Kalash did get his kill. It's just he wasn't ready to get refragged that quickly out of the doors in the window. And honestly, this is Hodix doing God's work right there. Sure, you've got an AWP towards the last box, but with that lurk smoke in front of the tunnels, it becomes so much more difficult for you to find anything, and he's still able to get them a double. Fake Reality with another really impactful multi-kill as well on the retake. Sabre looking pretty dangerous right now. They hold on to the double AWP. That is a little bit of a costly approach, but they do have a decent amount of money, considering the round win streak that they're on right now. And again, aggression this time has been spotted out. Tommy won't be in a position to punish. He's just seen one player take a peek in towards lower and then fall back.
Yeah, this double AWP setup has been mighty difficult for Amco to crack. I find it very odd to deal with. But I'm sensing we're seeing a Sabre that is very much more rehearsed around the fundamentals on the CT side. A lot cleaner than what we're used to seeing them. Not really forcing their own mistakes.
I mean, the thing is, as you said, we watched majority T-side Counter-Strike out of them, right, against Monty. So we didn't really get too many chances to see them on the CT side. Maybe this is what they had all along. We just couldn't see it.
Maybe now they get the chance to shine. Amco to break into this A site. Smokes have already dropped to give them some space. Vemi, he's in the perfect angle and trying to play anti-flash. Although the two players spraying at him won't be able to do all that much. Flash, that is so sneaky. Being so deep in the corner in front of the truck's headlights. And now wants to switch up the angle to try and catch Hodix off guard. Not enough, but I think he's delayed substantially so. Slight deep from
Double up on the retake. There's no way they make it work.
They made it work last time, but they did have a few extra pieces. Jacast forced to do a lot. But with 2 AWPs remaining to try and close the distance, I feel like your chances have been mitigated.
Yeah, that is the risk. That is the downside of what you're running, and you don't even hold on to those 2 AWPs. AW and Stinix with lovely shots. Especially the Ferrari peak on long, but this is the risk that you're running when you decide to go for the double AWP setup, even on a map like Dust 2. I mean, especially on a map like Dust 2. If you are to lose the B bomb side, round is pretty much over, and if you lose the A bomb side, you get a retake with 2 AWPs. It's never going to be an easy task. Even if you do get a couple kills, need a little bit more out of the rifle win towards Goose, probably under those circumstances. Sabre, Amcal level things up and keep the fight going. Especially after a 4-0 start here from Amcal, you don't want to see Sabre just dominate the rest of the half. Hodix had an opportunity, both AWPers missing each other.
That's some decent spray power, but AW might be trapped here. Indeed he is. Nice little small explosion into Catwalk here from Sabre to give them the lead in the round. And Amco didn't really have a quick response to it, trying to brew something out in mid. A few little skirmishes here and there. It feels like it's the name of the game of this match.
Yeah, it hasn't been the cleanest game of Counter-Strike for sure. There's been a lot of scrappy moments so far. And this could be yet another one. Low HP on Nater. Lining up for another short play potentially here. Amcal trying to take some of the attention away and towards middle first. S-Faded might even try and lurk his way in towards that CT smoke.
I wonder what S-Fade does here.
He's still
just
going
walks
B.
towards B. And he's trying to keep players to get out of position. I don't mind this. Thing is, Fake Reality is holding that corner. They know it's a real possibility. Oh, he might have just done enough. Jacast turning his attention towards B because he knows B apartments could be a threat. It's question marks on the board here for Sabre, but the fact that there's already cross from short, I think they've now realized what's going on. Hodix not pressured by any types of utility, but still not able to convert it into a kill. Bomb to go down, never mind. Vemi is so damn quick to pounce into Catwalk, denies Amcal the chance.
I don't know about you, I'm liking that defense right now. A 4-0 lead for Amcal turned into a 6-5 lead for Sabre. Might as well get 7 rounds in the end of this. Ops looking solid. You're not getting faked. You're not over-rotating. You're staying pretty focused most of the time. And Amcal are not really receiving a lot of support from the individuals either. I mean, sure, S-Fade, as the in-game leader, has been leading the charge. The Opera of Tommy's been having a tough time. AW and Stinix with 7 kills each alongside Kalash, but I feel like Kalash is the only one that we've seen some substantial impact out of an important round so far. Sabre might get 7 rounds on that CT side. That would definitely be a great one. Flash is good for AW. Jackass quick enough to back off though, and he's got a lot of support as well.
Amcor's been putting a lot of emphasis in mid, but Sabre hasn't really been affected by it the past few.
They have been quite alright with leaving middle, by the way. Not a lot of rounds we've seen Sabre have too many rotator players. Most of the time it's either just running a 3-man setup in towards the A-bomb side or having 3 in towards the left-hand side. Trying to be ahead of the play, so to speak, and once again they might be in towards long aggression. Niter needs to be careful. Actually, he decides to go for a peek.
Yeah, Stinix was ready for it that entire time. He was on duty to be looking behind and ends up getting early pick. 30 seconds on the clock. Kalash breaks through, and hand in hand with S-Fade, they'll start the march towards this B site. You don't want to get greedy though. You don't want to cross the bomb through mid, and I think they've just realized that. Drop it 2 tunnels, do it the safe way, and guarantee yourselves the last round of the half.
And Kalash has even picked up the ABP and taken more of them down. Having a lot of fun with this one. He's had so much impact for the 9 kills he's on right now, and Amcal, in the end of the day, will get 6 rounds on that T side. If it's not, for a Svemi 1 versus 5, there's no way you let him get back into it.
They're just running after him.
Pickups.
Indeed. Indeed. This is as close as it could be, though, at halftime. Sabre have given us a great show, especially considering how good of a beginning to this game Amcal had it. I think it was like a 4-0 at the start. Well, a completely different story now. Sabre have accumulated a good sum, but I think the T side is where we had most questions about them when it came to their performance and their creativity. Let's see if they prove ourselves wrong with this. Now, probably, light at the end of the tunnel.
Sure. Question is, for who is that light right now? Because this was supposed to be the comfort ground of Amcal, and they've been given a really good fight for their money. Still, this pistol round starts off perfectly. S-Fade 8, Stinix, 2 quick kills. Going towards B and in towards the blender as well. AW will get gooshed up, but it's all good in the end of the day. Svemi, 4 HP, will go down. Amcal, a clean pistol round to start it off, losing only 1 player.
Yeah, the defenses have barricaded themselves in. Haven't really allowed anyone to enter at any different front across the map. So Amcal, a very much needed pistol to keep things rolling in the right direction on their CT side.
I think this is where we get to answer our questions from the start of the map. This is where we see if Sabre's one-dimensional plays in towards that game against Monty were just a one-time thing, or this is a reoccurring problem when it comes down to the T side of things. Because CT side-wise, we've seen that those guys have good individuals. We know that they can shoot back. They can win rounds. Is there a way to penetrate that defense from Amcal here on the T side? Not in this round, that's for sure. It's all about the long run. All about getting the AKs out. Actually, Hodix will equip himself with a scout. Dropped over by Fake Reality. What a teammate. Oh, he actually just wanted to peek initially, and then he dropped it back for the refund. That's cool. Oh my goodness.
That's even cooler. Not gonna lie. Oh my god, look at that nade damage. You've broken records with that singular nade. Then the Molly does some further cleaning up, but it's not without finding some answers back. If you're Sabre, this isn't too bad of an ordeal. It's just that you're so softened up. MP9s don't need much to put you to rest.
They're just dropping the MP9 to each other. Oh my goodness.
No, you have it. No, you have it.
They've done it 5 times now. Boys, just decide who's got the MP9 and who's staying on a pistol, please.
What was Bogdan's law again? Was it the player with the most health or the less health? And they're just having that argument between themselves. No, you have it. And yeah, there you go. Just look, there is a potential chance they get themselves a bomb plant. That's a very real possibility. They went the right side of the map. The correct side, if you will. And it's not like the Amcal players aren't being kept busy towards long. Slowly but surely, Sabre make their way towards...
It's crazy that they're planting the bomb in around like this, by the way. If they get one more kill, it's
Great
atrocious for Amcal. Oh my goodness.
So close. Okay. Well, there's the kill you wanted.
That's the most successful eco you could have hoped for. There's no way Hodix is winning this, but I mean, he's actually heard the rotations.
Is there a kit? I don't see a kit.
He could do it. All right.
Bit of a rush spray. Okay.
I think they've got
to
it.
defuse as well. Yeah. Even with not having a kit, there's enough time. Still 10 seconds are done. And Amcal. You know what? It could have been way worse than that. But at the same time, that's a lot of damage dealt to a full buy. And Sabre, I don't think they'll mind that. They got a few kills. They got the bomb plant. That's as good as it gets.
Yeah, it really is. I am still worried for Amcal. I'm really worried for Amcal. I think I was expecting a little bit more of a security level being brought in from them. Let's see. First buy round, Sabre. Sending out long with a couple flashes. And Fake Reality is able to get away with 1 kill. They're still challenging long, though. Amcal have given it away, especially with the corridor smoke. You get an early 1-for-1. You do have an AVP, which is not really present for the CT side right now.
Amcal have realized how to deal with this, though. They go for a few lurks. They've cleared out tunnels. They know what the plan is for Sabre.
Proactive approach. You've got the information. Kalash is even pushing all the way in towards T-spawn as of right now.
That's huge.
And middle seems clear as well. They've got every piece of the puzzle.
You've got to be a bit silent about it, though, Kalash. You're approaching enemy territory. I don't think Jakas has heard it. But slowly but surely, you know, you've got a real pincer in the situation. You've locked Sabre in this A-long angle.
You just need the side players to delay a little bit more. They've got the mollies, they've got the util. That's a lovely first pick from S-Fade.
That's exactly what you need. You've slowed them down, you've deleted one of them, and now, even though the cross comes through from Sabre, it's a slow one. It allows time for Kalash to come in. Mollies delay a little bit more as well as Sabre try to clear out the sites. Look at those mollies. They've done their job. Hodix is looking on the back line, though. He's wary of, like, something like a long push could come through. Bomb drops. As Faded wants to do damage. Kalash reveals himself. The drop comes through, but 2 players from CT is enough. Svemi requires a miracle that he's just not capable of at this moment. And Amcal continue in their streaking ways.
That was so patient from Kalash, by the way. It was a great reaction out of Amcal. As we said, Sabre started off the round arguably better, but that was one of the things that we were discussing in that game against Monty. A lot of the times it feels like Sabre would just make their way out long and then pause. And then just leave the entire map. This time around, we had 1 player go back and deploy a little bit of utility in towards middle, clear out that type of the push, but you were just not taking into consideration the possibility of Kalash going all the way through T-spawn, which I guess we can't really fault you for, but it's probably the moment between taking the first point of contact and actually executing onto the bomb side that we were discussing so much against Monty as well for Sabre. Feels like they sometimes are taking a little bit too long.
Some early pot shots coming through on the Niter. That's Sabre going for a very quick approach here. They're running, dashing. But hot lead will stop them. It's a wall of hot lead that Sabre find themselves crashing into. And Svemi, solo survivor, sure. A lot of the Amcal players are low, but You don't see them going aggressive here. You don't see them trying to go for the chase. Maybe you do. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe you give him a chance for a second kill. But no, 1 is all Zvemi will be getting. Double digits already for Amco. But this feels very much like a last-dance effort for Sabre to stop it all from crumbling out of control.
I like the fact that they're trying to switch up the pace a little bit. It's all down to S-Faded and Dio Tommy being able to hold on to the A play, right? But they did go for something a little bit quicker in comparison to the last round. Question here is, will they keep going? Oh.
Okay, well. Oh, sure. 2 kills to nothing. That completely helps you a ton. AW feels the confidence to just walk out of double doors and make that space his own, as if it was always CT's control. Yes, Femi, I'm afraid you've even got a player just walking up behind you. He's not being very silent about it, but now he's pressed the shift key, and Femi doesn't have a clue. Why do I have a feeling we'll be seeing a knife here?
I think he just kills him normally if he sees him. I'm
You
not
reckon?
gonna lie to you.
I don't think so. I really don't. Never mind. Oh, neither of the two happened.
He wanted to kill him normally.
He tried to. It was an attempt. 34 HP now left on Zvemi, so should make things easier for Amco. This was a buy round for Sabre. It hurts that you get 2 kills, 2 players killed off early on in Suicide. But I guess that's why they call it going there is risky.
I mean, it was a really cool way that they set up Tommy for the peak as well, right? They didn't face straight up. HE, 2 players cross-weighted for the op on the other side to take a shot, so Tommy could get posted on the angle, and now he's just holding an awful off angle. Players spotted, you know where Svemi's going.
Does he get a bomb plant? I feel like he does.
Yeah. Does he believe he's got it, though? That is the better question.
Yeah, he doesn't know where anybody is, if anyone's around A long, if anybody's dropping in from catwalk, and he can heal the commotion, so he's going to try and stand his ground there. Yeah, not happening. Nice bullets between the eyes from Stinix. And there you go, 11-6. The match win is at arm's reach for Amco.
Well, at least the map. Yeah. The match is a bit of a longer rodeo, right? They will need at least 1 more map. Enshin coming up right after this one. Amco, though, are looking a little bit better here on the CT side. First half was a lot more competitive. Now it kind of feels like things are going to their expected ending, especially on this map. As we said, Enshin much better for the side of Sabre, and it's probably where we're expecting them to be a bit more competitive if they will give us a fight. There's been a lot of 0-2 losses recently, and that's actually a fun one. The last 6 best of 3s that Sabre have played have all been decided after 2 maps, 5 of them being losses in a 0-2 fashion. Only 1 against the side of Delta being into a 0 win.
Oh, that's not the kind of stat line you'd like to have.
No, it's not perfect.
No, far from it.
But again, this is a team of young players, unexperienced players, sick players. Absolutely sick.
Bonkers when it comes down to it. Fake reality, though, does overstate his welcome.
They could win this.
Yeah, the thing is, Jocasta solo here, so AW could quickly deal with them, and Nida gets caught looking the wrong direction. Yeah, and AW looks. Where's the second player? Why is the bomb player alone? Well, this is why Hodix on an island.
He's got to die, by the way. He's got
chilling
28.
on the beach.
Yeah, that's not a buy. Okay, Stinix will take him down. He needed the money for the next round. 12-6. That is a little bit worse for the side of Sabre, especially after the comeback into the first half. You probably thought we were going to get a much more competitive dust, but again, the T-side issues have been a little bit too difficult to overcome when it comes down to those two. And it's a bit of a shame, because again, towards towards March and April, Dust 2 was one of the better maps for Nevermore as well. It took down teams like OneWin, like Pacific. Ruby was another one that they beat towards the end of April here in the close qualifier of YaLLa Compass.
Can't catch a break even on what could be the final round. Yeah, this very much feels like the end of Dust 2. And I don't think Amco are going to struggle at all. Confidently going across the finish line, this CT side has been nothing but solid, but on the other hand, much to be desired when it comes to Sabre's attack. Look at this. Bit of a standoff, and they don't know they're having it.
Yeah, Hodix is going to get a pretty unpleasant surprise by the man with the great posture. There you go. AW gets the kill, and that was sarcastic, kids. Don't be playing like that. Don't stand like that while you're playing. It's not good for you. Not good for the back.
No, not at all.
Or the shoulders. Or
The
anything.
shoulders.
Neck.
The neck, especially. Headaches.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry, AW. I know you're trying your best. You're a great player.
I mean, it might work for him, you know?
It might work for you. Exactly. You don't know what you're used to. As Vemi tries to keep Sabre's hopes alive. But Amco have got the perfect read. There's a walk out of tunnel, so the information is available to you as well. That's nothing along that side of the map is happening, or at least it's not likely. Approaching the last vestiges of the round, the final moments. Sabre make their move. Tommy will deal with Jacast with a bullet lined up directly into his heart, and Zvemi has his skull crushed to little pieces. Your map winner is going to be Amco, thus to very much their home ground, and they let us know that CT is just a walk in the park. Do not allow their opponents to gain a single round win after that halftime moment.
Yeah, a bit of a hiccup in the first half. Amco had a 4-0 start, and after Sabre were still able to get 6 rounds, we maybe thought that Amco could be having a bit of an off day, but good news is they came strong on the CT side. And play Counter-Strike that Sabre, quite frankly, had no response to. Now, this is elimination on the line here, Pablo. So if you're Sabre, the start was good, the ending not as much. You're hoping for a much better T side going into Ancient, and this is a bit of a downside to it as well. The fact that you are starting on the aggressive side as well. So you need a big switch.
Yeah, it feels like Amco are very much the Grim Reapers of that lower bracket of the Swiss stage. They got to 2 losses from the start, but ever since they have been making sure teams are eliminated left and right, and now they've just reloaded the scythe again to go for another execution. It's been solid from Amco, and now Ancient is up next, where Sabre are hoping they can deliver an answering blow. Let's see if that actually happens. We'll be back after a break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Got nothing phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go! It's time to get going again for the second map of the series that could either put Amco into that very nice position of the main event, or Sabre getting away back into the fight. It's been an interesting one so far. Amco have definitely taken over on Dust 2, and look, even though the CT side looked to put Sabre in a more positive light than what we're used to, it was more of the same on the T side.
Yeah, that's what it felt like, right? The first half gave us a little bit of hope, and it's kind of like, you know, when you are in high school and you have your first high school love, and she acts nice towards you, smiles a couple times, and does a couple jokes, and you're like, oh, maybe there's something there, maybe she likes me back. And then you see her with the guy from the next class, or the class after that, and you're like, ah, okay, it was just a ruse, it was just a joke. That's how I felt about that Dust 2. They just gave me blue balls, right? I mean, the first half was great. I thought it was gonna be a competitive game, and then the second half starts. There's more of the same of what we saw on that Dust 2 against Monty. So yeah, Sabre, I hope you're proud of yourselves. I was expecting something more out of that second half, but now going into Ancient, I don't really know if I can do it anymore.
I can't do this anymore either, man. You've driven me nuts. Okay, yeah, I didn't expect that from you. But you're right. Yeah, no, it's been a bit of a tease when it comes to Sabre's performance and how they've been doing. Yeah, was that changed a little bit on Ancient? Do we feel like there might be a little bit more positive vibes going in? They are walking into their own map pick. They have been able to win it recently. Is that going to be a little bit better, or are we expecting a lot more of the same?
First of all, I want to clarify. I was speaking figuratively, right? And second of all, I hope, I really do, because those guys have a little bit of firepower in them, and we can clearly see that on the CT side. The big issue is that, again, they will be starting on the T side of Ancient, right? So, all jokes aside, I mean, Amkel's CT side on Dust 2 was picture perfect. They get to start on the same on Ancient. You win the pistol, you win the first buy round, you start being aggressive again, you deploy a lot of aggression in towards middle, in towards lane, in towards cave. And I guess if Sabre don't get into the map early on, I am really struggling to see a way that they would be able to bring it back. And still, as you said, it is their map pick. On paper, they are supposed to be better on this map in comparison to Dust 2, if we're taking that for something. The thing is, Amco themselves have been a little bit hot and cold when it comes down to this map, especially in this iteration. And they've played only one Ancient since the end of March, which was a loss against Ruby. So it really is up to the question of how much Amco have really practiced on here.
Yeah, let's see if they've improved since then. Let's see if they've been able to correct their mistakes. But for now, Sabre, if they just continue walking towards that B-bomb site, they'll find it completely clear and empty and open for the taking. And that's what we'll find, because there's no one around. Amco has gone all the way around towards the A site, and surely by now, Sabre have realized it's a stack.
Do you realize where the retake is coming from, though? Now you are. Hodix gets one kill. He's still alive. Refrag finally comes in, and now he spotted a barrage of bodies.
And what Sabre trying to do is create a barricade indoors, and it's worked pretty damn well. S-Fade, the only player remaining in the first pistol round of the series, he got away with a 4-piece, I believe. Let's see if he can bring home similar ends to... no, that's not what's going to happen. Instead, Zvemi's able to find him, and yeah, it was a bit of a pacey situation that allowed Sabre to gain themselves the first round.
It's an interesting pistol round from Amco, by the way. They didn't have a kid, they had no utility, and they had 5 people on A. Funny. You know what? Creative approach is what how I'll describe it. Sabre is rushing B. Let's go.
This time, there is a line of defense, albeit small, when you consider the weaponry involved. Kalash has done so much with a Deagle, and AW is now joined in. Surely it's not a pistol force buy to put Amcal on the board. I think that is very much the case. Sabre are forced to move away.
I'm gonna help you out a little bit. Tap on the shoulder. It is not the pistol force buy. It's a pistol and 1 MP9 force buy that wins it for them.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, the MP9 didn't get a single kill so far.
So it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. You've made things a little bit easier. Oh, the timing, man. Sabre do end up sticking around, and it allows S-Fade to greet them from behind. And now I can just chill out in his corner, hide away, damage done. Niter wondering where the next player is going to come from. The thing is, they were already doomed, given that they lost the bomb holder from the very beginning. Niter's moments in this round are numbered. And look, you try to bait out S-Fade, but he doesn't care. Wants none of this. They've already done damage. All they need to do is guarantee the round when S-Fade waits the right amount of seconds and pounces when it's most required.
Yeah, this timing is absolutely awful, by the way. That's a little bit frustrating. I thought he was just going to play patiently. No, he just peeks on a random timing, and it works out for him, which makes it even worse, because it's still a reckless play, but he does get the kill, and Amco just respond back instantly. A B-rush doesn't work out for Sabre. The Deagle's able to get the first and the second kill. The moment that you lose the first couple SMGs, all the speed has been killed, and without velocity in a round like this one, you've got nothing. Oh,
boom.
Okay.
How about that? Okay. Sure.
Oh, that was so close.
What? What is going on in this game? Someone explain why the Deagles are hitting so hard.
Oh, my lord.
Yeah, you guys see what's going on. We don't need to commentate.
Yeah.
No commentary required. No.
Yeah, absolutely. What did you have for breakfast today?
I had myself a bowl of cereal and a brownie.
Nice.
You?
Nice. I did not have breakfast, but I had eggs during the break between best of 3 number 1 and best of 3 number 2. So
nice.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay.
Glad we can get back to the game now, I think.
Yeah, let's. I think we can, unless the Deagles decide to do it again, because.
Yeah, then we can talk about something else.
Yeah. No. Okay. Well, Niter does hit his shots with the AK and his Deagle, so things start to fall under the realm of normality. The realm of order.
Kalash is all alone here. He's calling for help, though. Everyone's rotating in. A couple 1Ds and a 5-7 close range could overcomplicate things.
Yeah, Tommy's been smoked out, so his chances to try and block anyone from entering the site to plant have been diminished. That nade could do a little bit of damage, and indeed it does. Okay, the bomb does go down, but it's not without casualties for Sabre. The push comes through. AW, unfortunately for him, the AK doesn't land by his feet, gets catapulted away. Tries to create himself some more space. Wait a minute, this is very much doable. But Hodix is able to do some strong work here, and he's got the Galil that has put AW in the shake zone. Has to go all the way around. Oh, he's finding damage, but Sabre find themselves grouped up, and it's enough to guarantee the round.
Whew, this is such a scrappy game of Counter-Strike early on, by the way. It's just complete and utter carnage. You just don't really know what's gonna happen until it does. And even then, you're not sure. Even then, sometimes you could get a little bit upset by your opponents. Of course, for everyone that is just joining in, folks, this is best of 3 number 2 of the day here at the YaLLa Campus 2025 Contenders. One close qualifier is the final day of the close qual. We have 2 spots left for that main event. We've got Monty, Eclot, Rush, B, Favbet, Sashi, Zero Tenacity already waiting in there, and the winner of this one will be joining them. As of right now, though, Amcal 1 map up. Sabre trying to fight back on their own map pick, and the start is quite hopeful.
Honestly, I completely agree. This is looking very up for Sabre. Sure, it's early doors. Sure, we haven't seen a full buy from Amcal at all yet. Actually, no, we did. Round number 3, and it got dealt against Deagles. Yeah. We'll see how it goes from now on. As things are being reset, it's as if we've entered round number 3 all over again.
You know what we haven't seen? We haven't seen Sabre go somewhere else bar the B-bomb side. This is something we haven't seen.
Sure, maybe they switch things up now. They know their opponents are buying.
There you go.
Bit of mid. Why not? Cynic's pressured early, but Tommy is there to help him out in his efforts to quash Sabre's attempt to have mid prioritization. You're hoping that the individuals can now pop off to square things up a bit, but Amcal are really giving them respect here, just holding back, sticking to their ground. They know they've done their job. Side swing coming through from S-Fade, and the spray is good enough. And slowly but surely, Svemi realized there's an extra player there to help, so it's not like he could go for the quick counteraction. This round feels over, especially when Nita gets dealt with by an MP9. Sure, Svemi is able to fire the consolidation frag, but other than that, Amcal are cleanly back in it.
Yeah. Tommy's one of the interesting conversations we didn't have earlier, by the way, or his presence in the team, rather. As we said, Amcal did play with Art Frost for a little while, and it felt like he was going to be the one to start, I guess. He was going to be the one to stick with the team, but they did lose the first 2 games that they played here at the close qualifier with him on the lineup. They picked up Tommy, and they played only 2 best of 3s with him, by the way, but those were the 2 best of 3s against Yano and Portuguese family. So technically, Amcal still undefeated with him on the team. Of course, he spent the majority of 2024 on that Quasara lineup, and has been inactive since.
Well, Sabre to try and go for this B site, execute again. If it's
nice
not
crossfire.
broken, don't fix it. But the flash coming through from Tommy allows Kalash to beat Superb in a moment where he's needed most.
Bombs on the side.
Yeah, it's a rough scenario. It's happened again. The bomb going deep and having to pay for it with being locked out. And bomb fully under enemy control. What do you do if
Fun
you're Sabre?
experience. I guess you execute onto the bomb side again. You smoke off long, you flash in, you hope to get the kills. As of right now, Amco have left the bomb side, pretty much. They will be isolated from the smoke. Still have cave presence, though, in the form of 2 players. And the moment that the smoke start fading, that's going to unlock that player in towards long as well. And look at the push lane. They're going to have the flank as well.
Amco are just letting them come in, knowing this is a trap. Hodix, what an incredibly good shot, but it's left him low with 1 bullet needing to pick him up. AW in the meantime creates a beauty of a backstab, allowing Amcal to very well and truly be back in the game.
This feels like a bit of a replay of the first half on Dust 2, by the way, but just roles reversed, right? One of the teams starts with a really nice and easy game. I guess the first time it was a 4-0, now it's a 4-1, but still a pretty comfortable lead. And then the other one, the moment that they get their hands onto the guns, they start picking up the slack. Amco now are going to put an open the hands of Tommy as well, up against the pistols only in this one, so a great opportunity for equilibrium here for the CT side and for some financial strengthening.
Stenix already with first blood. This it doesn't help Sabre's chancing. They try to spread out across the map, but hasn't really given them anything substantial. Svemi up close here, considering wanting to go for a 1D attempt, but Kalash definitely will be winning that exchange. Oh, well, it looks like the wooden barrier, the wooden sign, stops the bullet from landing onto onto Nitus' heart, barely missing him. That nade does the job though, and Stinix is there for the backup. Equilibrium. And you're right, Ted, things tend to find a way to repeat themselves.
It's really satisfying how Amco have 4 players on 5 kills as well. This is the definition of team effort right there. Clash on 8. Amco really putting their best foot forward. Let's see if Sabre have another plan in the book. Now, the B-bomb side has been quite kind to you. You haven't tried A too much. Mid-fight didn't go your way last time around either, but looks like a pretty similar one.
Very aggressive starts from Amco, both in mid and Jag. But it's not without the trade. Sabre have been able to bring things to equilibrium, but they have taken a lot of damage in the process, and Kalash, for that reason, is able to cleanly sweep Jacast off his feet. A red push coming through, which Tommy is fully equipped to undertake. And sure, they might be seeing a bomb plant here, but Hodix is required. A beauty of a 1v3 to put Sabre on top here. Chances minimal, but tries to take the aggressive stance. He's been spotted.
Hodix. 1 versus 3. Takes down the first one. Quick turnaround. He's heard another one.
Going for it again.
Kalash
are
is coming in from
him.
Donut and Temple, but could not get the kill. Kalash with an instant headshot. Amco keep the streak going. It's a successful retake onto the bomb side. Nice attempt in the clutch, but it's another round for the side of Amco. This one already starting to get out of control for Sabre. At least you get a bomb plant, meaning you can hit him with a bit of a half bite. Looking like another B play as of right now. 5 people went towards the bomb side. Do you surprise them though, Amcal? They've started with 3 in here, and the utilities already coming in. Fake reality. Svemi already tagged down as they start making their way up the bomb side. Kalash needs at least 1. Can't make it work. AW good for 1. Svd with another, but the refrags are coming in, and the pistols are really giving them a really good fight for their money. Svd goes down as well, and Stinix will have to clutch up a 1 versus 2. He's got a kit, he's got an M4 in hand, and a good off angle to work with. Oh my god. That's so crazy, by the way. The pistols are still able to run them down, though. Open the middle of nowhere. Pushing through the smoke. Stinix, a really smart maneuver to conk the wall on the right-hand side first. Wait for the aggression. Gives him the advantage in the first fight, and then it was a straight-up whiff on the other side of things the moment that he walks into the second 1v1. It's a great one to pick up. Amcal looking strong for 7 or potentially even 8 rounds here on the CT side, considering they were down 1-4. All right. Yep. Spam through the smoke. He thought he was looking for Svemi. 2 players incredibly low on HP on the side of Sabre. Worst part about all of this for the CT side, if they lose all 5 here, they don't really have a lot of finances. So trying to stick around middle, hoping that Sabre just overthink it and go back into them. This could be a safe call for Amco, and it probably should be. I mean, at this point, you're just throwing the kitchen sink at him, and I think they've realized that they're probably losing more than they're gaining out of this. Of course, the upside was you get that kill. Actually, I just sold Stinix's money. They still would have had an oper. That is hilarious. They did lose a lot, but you know what? They still have enough to go for another reinvestment. There's the replay. Good opening coming out of the open Hodix. AW getting ahead of himself with the spam, being punished by Svemi, and they just kept it going after the fact, able to take all the rifles away, bar that big green in the hands of Tommy. And we go back B again. Pavlos, they haven't attempted a single A plant all half long. Oh, actually, they did. No, they planted on A once. In that 1 versus 3. Yeah, when they hightail a donut. 1 plant on A. Nice. It's all about the second half collapse, right? That was the score on the first one. Speaking about Dust 2, of course. It was a really close game, but the moment that we switched halves, it all started going against the Sabre, guys. You're hoping it's not more of the same here on Ancient. You got 6 rounds on the CT side of map 1, now you got 6 rounds on T. You are back to the defense. You are back to where you were really competitive. You gotta feel like it's all about the start, though. You were the ones riding the momentum towards the end of the first half, and Amkel will try and steal it away with a B-pop. Ooh. Not an easy retake either. You do have at least a kid in the smoke, but all 3 of you coming in from the same position, and the T's will realize it soon enough. Sticking it. That is absolutely crazy. How do you let him defuse? How does he survive for long enough to pull this one off? Sabre, you can't believe what type of round you've just stolen away. There was no bloody way.
Okay.
I think we've got you back.
I don't know how long I was muted on VMix for.
I don't know either. But I got baited and I refreshed instead of you. Because I thought my mic was
Yeah, I thought it was you as well. I didn't know I was muted. I never remembered muting myself.
Oh. Same.
Interesting.
Hey, you know what? I never remember peeking A main with the bomb like that and getting a kill. But Tommy can do it. Nitro goes down. The A-bomb side still not under control, though. The CTs have rotated back in. 1 player in towards the donut. That's going to be the M4. And a couple SMGs as well. They're picking up the pace here. Fake Reality able to get the first one. Make it a double. Bomb carrier spotted. Tommy, time to run for the hills.
Will he able to escape? I'm not sure about that.
Oh my goodness.
Sabre, a hot one. How did he get away with that position?
Oh
He
my
crossed,
God.
and more damage is being dealt. Hang on a second, they might actually
They
have a
traded
coast clear to
places.
go onto the safe site. This is ridiculous. This is getting out of hand, especially when Kalash is doing more damage. Vemi's down to 4 HP, and now Tommy can pounce. And if he just bounces after this corner,
Oh
could
my
do
God.
so much damage. Jakas kills his own teammates. Down to Kalash to pick up the pieces. Knows Jakas is on the backside of Donut. A well-placed shot could be a massive flash. Disorientates. Galil found. Jakas
bullets.
is running out of bullets, and so has Kalash. What on earth was this round? I don't know. We need to say this all over again.
I don't think they know, by the way. Tommy was so happy when the team kill happened because he was like, well, I probably could have planted the bomb, but I decided to stick around and play for the kill. This is incredibly weird. I mean, they're chasing the bomb carrier around A main. He goes all the way back Donut in towards the A bomb site, decides not to go for the bomb plant, but to stick around Donut to pick up the fight. That is weird. That is strange Counter-Strike.
Odd, isn't it?
Yep.
And Sabre suddenly are the favourites in this one. Even though it's chaotic, they've gotten themselves a bit of a spree going for them. And you can definitely tell the individuals have found confidence.
Definitely have. I mean, after the last couple of rounds, you feel like it's much closer of a game than a 9-6 score shows, actually, but Amco have left a lot of those slip. And you still get a kill on the pistol, which is good. You get a second, you're going to be quite happy with this eco and the damage done. But Niter will make sure you don't. A double kill going in favor of the MP9, farming up a little bit of that bonus money. You had to drop around here on the CT side 3 in a row. That's 5 in a row in total and on the map. It's been a pretty streaky one. First, Sabre started with a 4-0 lead. Then Amco got 5 in a row. And now Sabre have won 5 in a row.
It's changed the pace, hasn't it? Let's see if Amco are able to stabilize a little bit. They had a slow start in the first half, remember? And they were able to bring things back. Find themselves in the lead. The Sabres taking a lot of early mid control here. Svemi nearby, gets spotted. AW doing his job from a high level. Niter, does he overstay? Does find one at least, and some damage onto the second. Amco find themselves in a 5v4, but Sabre aren't stopping going for these pushes.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe he just jumped and found a kill like that, Hodix. You are a thief. Fake Reality is alone on B still though, and there's no quick rotations going his way. That smoke is well placed, perfect timing on it. If they decide to respect it, that will give them bonus time, but the CTs are not really making too many moves right now, and SFade, he's not going to see anything from the top of this boost.
And Sabre starting to bolster up the defenses of B. Hodix and Fake Reality in a combined effort to keep this site under wraps. A smoke to keep them back. Oh man, I'm cool. This is going to be really hard to execute. It's not going to find its mark. Maybe a little bit of chip damage here and there, 25 seconds, and you can see Jakas closing in the distance as well. Spray down. It's been so damn good from Fake Reality, but Tommy gets everything done. Bump can now go down. We're looking at a duel here.
He's got enough time to walk away from the bomb side as well, and it's planted in the middle of nowhere. Tommy, he's got all the chances here. Jackcast has the kit, does not have a smoke though.
He's got a flash for him. Tommy does. Oh, surely you must know it's a round play.
He's sticking it.
Surely you must expect it on the defuse. Holding on to the defuse button. Tommy reads it like a book. Expertly finds a headshot and delivers the clutch for Amco.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I like the idea of the instant stick, by the way. The bomb is planted in the middle of nowhere. You know, you've got no Molotov, no smoke. What you're gambling on is the fact that if you tap the bomb, he's just gonna peek you from an angle that you're gonna be holding at this specific time, and you know he's gonna be going for the down count before going for that type of a fight. Tommy plays it to perfection, but it's still a nice attempt coming out of the CT side. Amco finally put one on the board. Honestly impressive that they were able to make it into the B bomb side through the smoke and get the refrags to get it down to a 1v1 for Tommy to win.
And now it's back to the pistols for Sabre.
Yeah, the game started now. It's because of how close the rounds have been. Regardless of Sabre winning the previous couple rounds, they still were losing a lot of players, so now you're out of money. And Svemi's playing an armored pistol. Reason, he's below the boost. Armored USP. He's gonna be the shadow of Jackass.
Yeah, once that M4 drops, that's his. Gradual movements forwards here for Amco. Already in cave. Sure, you've got Sthenix lurking around mid and A in case Sabre go for a push. He'll be alerted of it, but Cast has realized there is some presence in this direction. Double smoke does drop and Amco freely gain access to the site. There isn't much to prohibit them from doing it to begin with.
Not too much, no. You know, you've put their economy in turmoil, so you just make sure you use all the util that you can. You know, they don't really have a lot to counter. Wanted to make sure that you don't get caught in transition, of course, but if you're Sabre now, you might as well want to hold on to the M4, the armors of the players that have purchased them. Not feed the T's any more money. But I feel like if you're Amco, you should be... I mean, there is always the risk that this could have been a full investment out of Sabre and they could have just stacked in saving all 5 that have purchased, but I almost don't want to see Amco go forward. Especially now that you've spotted the USP. Sthenix does get a double on the Mac 10. Good enough. And you actually nearly get that M4 out of their hands. Fake Reality with a big save there to make sure they didn't lose the rifle. It's not too bad for Amco.
Bit of a sigh of relief, to be honest. If you're Sabre, though, bit of a sigh of relief for sure to hold on to that M4. Now you got yourself a 4-buy. You still got the lead. This is not over for sure, but Amco putting themselves back into the game here. This is going to get exciting.
It really is. Amco, a little bit of a slow starter into the first half as well, but again, the same way, they are showing that they're still the favorites. They can at least fight here. Early default, controlling the map, push the CTs away from middle, push them away from B as well. Question is, when do Sabre want to go for something a little bit more aggressive? As of right now, you've got 3 people and the open included in towards that A bomb side, meaning you're probably not just relying on those 2 B guys to defend. You will have to push.
Sabre's starting to get the right idea here. Sure, mid-push is theirs, but nothing's been shown towards the A site either. Strong work from Sthenix. Keeping Niter back as well. If you're Amco, you know what's going on. Fake Reality jumps right through. Doesn't have a care in the world. S-Faded is gonna go for the trigger discipline play, and it actually pays off. How does he get away with the second one? Allows Tommy to walk in, but Kalash won't be joining him. The bomb is heading towards the A site. Enough of the B site nonsense.
Oh, he's got
Hodix has to cut across though, and S-Fade is blocking him from doing that. Oh, never mind the timing.
There's no way. He just wants to stay alive right now. Make him realize, and Hodix, he thinks they're both left. They've outplayed him perfectly. Get brained on as Amcal level things up. It's 9 apiece. No money, no party, no fun for Sabre in the server for the next one. This one is running out of control once again.
You know what I think of when you say get brained on? Someone just knocking on someone's head, you know, on this skull, being like, I just brained on you, you know? I don't know. Just a knock on the head. As in you're knocking a door.
Sure, yeah.
No.
I think
you didn't sound as amused as I was.
The definition of brained on is when you outplay someone without them realizing you've outplayed them. And they realize it by the reactions of other people. That is the...
I completely get what you mean, but for some reason my brain goes in different ways, works in different ways. I'm special. Yeah, that's what they told me. That's what my parents always told me.
That's why you always play B apartments on Dust 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Main position.
Main position. Kalash, Sthenix. First blood on both. Svemi and Hodix. Only that remain. And look, you might be able to get a freebie of a kill, an upgrade, not too bad. But this is Amkel's opportunity to find the lead. after what was a bit of a slow start again on the second half.
Yeah. That would be a crazy win if they're able to pull it off, by the way. You're looking at, what, 9-6? To start the second half. It was a 6-6 halftime, wasn't it? So, what, 3-0 in the second